The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, and Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up, everybody? What up? What up? What's up? Hey, big shout out to everybody out there. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Hey, y'all, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. And if you have not subscribed yet to this channel, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Show the support. Again, I want to thank everybody for showing up. I kind of wanted to start a little late because nephew PBK came on. But didn't want to hold up my shit. But you know what, fellas? Tonight, I wanted to talk about something else that was kind of, important to me throughout these last couple shows we be having. And if you go back, we've been trying to do this in a methodical order, to try to, knock this thing home as far as even the future side, because I think it's important that we try to understand every aspect, even going into, the future part of this thing. Because if you notice, dogs always was going to be on chain. Some people had big yards. Some people had small yards. I seen it all. I seen men with big yards that was shitty as hell. And then I seen men with big yards that looked good. They had a team. It was like a business. Somebody watered the dog, somebody come by, clean up shit, somebody fed the dogs, a couple people grab a couple dogs off the chain, and they get that walk in, get that exercise in. See, all this was a combination of what it actually took to raise these dogs. Now, I asked that poll question. Now, this poll question is not to intimidate anybody, and it's not really a right or wrong answer. I just would like to know, from the standpoint of my audience, should the size of the yard, does it really matter? When it comes down to the upkeeping in the raising of these American Pit Bull Terriers. Now, we've had small yards. I told y'all that. Told you what the yard looked like when it started. And at the time that we actually got into these dogs, we still had 7 Doberman Pinschers, and we added damn near 4 or 5 Pit Bulls to that yard. Now, did that make that yard a big yard? For us, it did, because now we're feeding a lot more dogs. But did that change the upkeep of what we were doing when it came to those dogs? For us, we were already dealing with 7, so 4 extra ones didn't really make a difference. I think the biggest issue we had when you got them 2 breeds together is making sure everybody's, stayed apart. Wasn't no room for yard accidents, because when you was dealing with the Doberman Pinschers, they had pins. Now, Doberman Pinschers, they're just as athletic and active as a Pit Bull. When they can't get around and they can't move around, they get meaner and they get more boisterous. They screaming and hollering at you, "Hey, come get me, let me out." Well, them bulldogs, they get that little itch to want to get something off their shoulders, and then they jumping on the chain, they running that chain constantly throughout the whole day, staying busy. See you coming down there, all you got to do is come down through there with a leash in your hand, and the happiness that they have just knowing that they fixing to go for a damn walk. That's what we learned early. When you start seeing and spending time, you start seeing the dogs that damn near can tell you what time to feed them. It's feeding time. They let you know, hey, when it's time to take them out, to relieve themselves. Did you forget? Yeah, they'll let you know, hey, I'm over here. And I speak to this because we raise dogs. But let's talk about the yards, because we had a chance to have a very a big yard. And when you got a big yard like that, look what we gain. I'm gonna just go over some of the pros and the cons, because with the little yard and the amount of dogs we had when we were in the city, like North Carolina, we had 2 different spots. We had Boss Choke spot where he kept the Pit Bulls, and then we had Mo's spot where we kept the Doberman Pinschers. So it was easier for us to maintain both the yards, but you still got to take care of all the dogs. They still got to get that exercise. So where people used to see us walking around with Doberman Pinschers, they got used to seeing us walk around with Doberman Pinschers and Pit Bulls. And no, I never ever tried to make them all get along. Everybody had to keep, they had their space. But yeah, get the crew together and all the dogs would be out walking every day, because it was something for us that, I don't know if everybody's like that. If you're raising something and you're feeding it, it's almost like you're looking at, that's part of the damn family. And I think we've always handled it like that, even with the smaller yard. But let me tell you, when you got into that big yard, and our goal was not to buy a bunch of dogs, but to breed the right type of dogs and keep everything. I remember the first year we was on that yard, and we remember it was a big orange grove. So we had all the trees. It was in all this the shade that you wanted. You could look down the aisles and see all the shade and say, okay, and we started setting them stakes out there. Now, the first set of stakes that went out there on that yard wasn't but 3 stakes. 3. And from that day, 3 years in, I'm telling you, we had over 80 dogs, and every dog that was on that yard was bred and raised on that yard. Every breeding for over them 3 years, all the matchups. And I swear to you, when we got up to that 80 and when that day came and he looked out over the yard and said, okay, and keep in mind, we handled them 80 dogs the same way we handled them 40 dogs. The same way we handled them 3 dogs. I think we had to do different things. We had to add the water. I mean, as the yard got bigger, we ran water lines down through there in every aisle so we could wash out, clean up, do bowls, water, spray them down, dip them. Didn't have to, do everything was right there. Treated them all the same way. That's when the kids got involved. Kids be down here for the summer. And me and Mo's kids, I'm telling you, that's down there, that's a starting team on a football field. And everybody got a chance to grab a dog. Boys get on the 4-wheelers, and that's the way they used to enjoy their day. Actually, they started the day off. Because when the boys was here, we would make them get up, and they would be out there every morning feeding and cleaning up shit. By the time the afternoon came, girls and everybody grabbed a dog because everybody had their special dogs. And I looked at that, and when that time came that we had to shorten that yard, it was like you love them, the ones that you love, you love them all, but think about what it was like when you had to, start giving dogs away. Finding dogs new homes. Children coming and saying certain dogs ain't there no more. Dad, what happened? Trying to make the yard smaller, had to send them a new home. But why him? All the questions. Because they had grew to have relationships with these dogs. Because them dogs became a part of the family. So yes, for us, it was very important for everything that we didn't use, we made sure it got a good home. That was first and foremost. Because you got to remember, some made it back to the chain, but a lot of them didn't. If you think about what 40 dogs look like, should have seen what the yard looked like when it was just 40 on it. It almost looked empty because of the amount of space that had became empty so quick. Those are the times when you have to make the major decisions. Understand why you feeding what you feeding. Now I take a look at that and I go back. All right, let's go back to up north. All the people, I seen guys that had crates and basements and had great dogs. Knew how to work their hand with the space that they had. I knew some that had great dogs that only had 5 or 6 dogs. For me, I don't think you need to have a big yard to have great dogs. We didn't come here to Florida to get a big yard to do nothing but have a bunch of great dogs. Some people are so meticulous about that way of thinking that if they got 6 dogs on their yard, I will guarantee you 5 of those dogs are a beast. And that one dog was probably an old dog, probably an old stud dog, or the brood bitch of the yard. Because everybody had one of them, if not both. Oh, still looking good, still doing, still doing what they need to do. Oh, that dog ain't going nowhere, twin. That dog gonna die here. And yeah, we had dogs, I told you, lived 15 and 17 years. Amber, Goldie, them dogs died on our yard. Couple of them. So when it comes to the sizes of the yard, I think it's all based on the individual and their ability to take care of the yard. That's first and foremost. Now, but then you start reading into the particulars. How much time do you actually spend with your puppies? How much time do you actually spend with your dogs? I think it's a total injustice when people just put dogs on chains and then don't think about them. It's just an everyday thing. Go out, feed them, clean up the shit, and they're done. Imagine what that looks like, over a 3-year period, and you wonder why some bulldogs be skittish or territorial. Because I think they're not introduced to what the rest of the world is like once they find themselves in it. And that's why I think it's important that when they're, regardless of how big your yard is, each individual dog has its own personality. Like when you watch back in some of the old videos, the Pat Patricks, even Triple J and Thompson and them. I've seen some other yard tour, people doing yard tours. And do you see how those dogs act when they come up to them? And they're talking about it. The dog ain't just sitting there. Dog ain't running in the dog house. Dog at the end of the chain, jumping up and down, happy to see Papa. Happy, waiting to play. Those for me are them signs of a person actually taking time with that dog. In this game that we used to play in, that was a major key. Believe it or not, that was a major key. And for some of y'all, that like in the competition, and have you ever seen what a dog has to go through in a weight pulling competition? That is, for me, that's a bulldog showing what he got in him in a short period of time. And if you ever sit back and watch how they actually are doing it and how they encourage that dog to just keep coming, boy. And he walked right on through with it. That weight get heavier, that load get heavier, and you see him just bear down and just dig. That's what makes a bulldog a bulldog. Weight pulling to show you why these bulldogs is who they are. And that's just in weight pulling. That's why you can almost teach them and train them to do anything that you want them to do if you spend the time with them. Now we always talk about different breeds and different bloodlines and different traits and different attitudes and all that comes with it. But unless you're spending time with the dogs, how the hell would you know what you're getting out of the deal? How you ain't spending no time with it, so how do you know anything about the damn dog as an individual? He's bred so and so. You might just know his name and how he bred. Other than that, you probably wouldn't know nothing about him. I've been up on Bulldog Hill, and I watch how Tom's dogs react to people. Well, why is that, Twin? Well, I'm pretty sure that Tom has a team, and that team actually works those puppies. They work every dog out there. It's like they have jobs to take care of dogs. That's a business right there, man. That's a business. See, we ain't never have nobody who would come in and we just wasn't the ones that we, having people come up and clean up our dog shit, yard boys. One thing I can truly say about our proteges, they were never yard boys. If they were anything, they were young men that were infatuated with an American Pit Bull Terrier. And Twin used to come by, and they used to come by, and we used to give them access to the yard and take them off the chain and take them for a walk. Get to know the dog. That was important for us because it always led to questions. They always got a chance to see things. They always would be like, so-and-so, he got a little limp over here. Or, you got other people looking at these dogs and they see things that you wouldn't see on a normal basis because you have so many people touching them. But then that's what I liked about them, because they learned firsthand how to take care of an American Pit Bull Terrier. Because you think we would have ever gave them dogs when they was a part of our family, if they didn't know how to take care of the dogs, do right by the dogs? No one would have been. We didn't sell dogs, people. These dogs definitely always wound up in good people's hands. And what those people did with them dogs was based on, their knowledge and their ability, based on what they knew, and that they didn't know. They will always had the ability to pick up a phone and say, "Hey, Twin, so-and-so sick. What should I do? How can you help me?" Hold on, fellas. Hello? What you mean? What you mean? You hold on. I don't know if that's me or is that you. Let me see. I can see right here. Hold on, fellas. I got to check the screen. They said is the screen messed up? Let me see. Okay. All right. Hold on, fellas. Sorry about that. Yeah, let me get back to what I was saying. But them guys took those dogs, and 20 years later, they still dealing with dogs. See, that's how we all became dog men, if y'all think about it. Somewhere, so at some point in your time in your life, you ran across an American Pit Bull Terrier. Didn't know a damn thing to do what you was going to do with it, but you had to have one. Now, I see a lot of people got dogs. I never worry about how big your yard is. Because for me, the yard don't make the dog man. The dogs make the dog man. If that dog man is taking care of his yard and taking care of his dogs, you're going to see it. Because when you look at his dogs is going to look good. When you look at his dogs, you're going to know his dogs are living good. They ain't flea infested. Coats looking all shiny and good. And for me, I feel like if you can't keep your dogs like that, then you should, take on what you can handle. Take on what you can handle at a standard where you set the standard. They supposed to all, whatever I have on my yard, this is what it's going to look like. I've seen people get them big yards, and I swear to you, it looked terrible. Terrible. Mo told you about California Jack. He told you. You smelt it before you got there. And then you had them one. I mean, I had partners in the neighborhood, 10, 20 dogs, all of them crammed in behind a fence. 4-foot chains. You hear what I said? 4-foot chains. And probably smaller than that because they had to make the loop for the axle they drove in the ground. The dog houses, it's almost like you take two, what they start out with. You take two planks of wood and you make that triangle. And then you had that opening there. And that was the dog house. And I'd ask them, Carolina, I got to give them that because one thing, I've never seen a bad yard in North Carolina. Never seen a bad yard in North Carolina. Been around many yards. But the city, I've seen a lot of dog men that had maybe 5 or 6 dogs. Suburbanite Paul had, a small yard. Believe it or not, McNasty, they had a small yard. The Abrahams had a small yard. A lot of them guys really did have small yards, y'all. It's just, but everything on the yard it had a purpose. And they handled them just like these were, they was like precious gems. Medicine, any warmer, any and everything that you needed, they took care of. And then they brought their dogs in during the cold. Here in Florida, we ain't got that. We don't get cold like that. That was such a big plus moving from Ohio to Florida because there's nowhere in the hell that I could even imagine us dealing with 80 dogs and puppies, raising all them puppies over the years, having to deal with snow. So I take my hat off to my up north, and my people who have to deal with the elements. Because the elements is what make us go in the house and get under a warm blanket. Dog can't do that. And we always thought like that. The dogs can't do that. I remember when Crybaby died. I think Mo had 15 dogs on the yard. We had a bigger yard. And the thing about that yard, it was big, but it was like right it had a graveyard that went down one side and all the way around across the back. So we really never had, that's for me, actually, that's the only yard that didn't nobody steal nothing too. Well, for whatever reason. But it used to snow, and we used to have, always did fresh straw. And they had these flaps that, come up over the over their doors when they can go in and out. And out of all them dogs, we had one that died and don't even know, because she was good too. For us, that was a hurt. When you lose one in the cold and everybody else was okay. It wasn't like she was sick. It wasn't, it's just something that happened. And that was one of them situations to where the house was, at that time, I think Mo had 3 kids and his wife, and there's just no way you could have brought that many dogs into a house. So we tried to make do what was due. And these kind of things do happen. Think about how many men who lose, or people who have lost their dogs when all these storms come through, hurricanes and floods. Look at all the great animals, house pets that you end up losing during them time periods. And it's, these kind of things happen. But on an everyday basis, as a dog man, you're dealing with these dogs on, like you deal with your children. And I always felt like that relationship between you and that dog, was important in the growth and the success, regardless of what you were doing with your dogs. That played the major factor. That's why I wanted to talk about the yard, because I want to see how you guys felt about, why you feeding what you feeding. Do you spend time with it? Because when you had these type of conversations, it's almost like you at a NBA or an NFL draft. You should be glad to talk about your team. It's on your yard and you're feeding it. I think that's part's important, because it's not the matter about the size of the yard. It's about the heart of the man who's running the yard. People up north, they're restricted. Don't make them any less of a dog, man. It's how well are they trying to protect the quality of the dog. And y'all know where I'm coming from, because that's what it comes down to. This don't have nothing to do with our purpose. I'm trying to keep it on the simple things that we don't talk about. I see when we first started this back in the day, we went over the warmer, the microscopes, the little skin diseases. We coming up with new things now. The little, mine here, I think within the last year, I started seeing these spots. I didn't know if it was a dog food or these oak trees around here. When they start certain times of the year, you get all this yellow pollen and shit. And I didn't know if that was causing it. But you had to try different things. And I thought I might have been the only one. But then I started seeing people asking about what is this on Facebook, which made me start thinking like, what time of the season in it? Is it the mosquito spray? What area do they live in? What kind of dog food? Yeah, I went on one of them kind of, research to see, if it was just me, and I'm seeing it was, you know, it wasn't just me, and then I'm just watching and seeing what people are doing. I got a chance to see all the questions they were asking, because what it did, it was kind of, mine didn't get to the point to where the hair would fall out. But you could almost see it like there were little knots, like ticks or something, but they weren't ticks. Now I can truly say it wasn't ticks because my dog stays in the house. She's a house dog. She's never been on a chain. Where she's been on the chain, but that's when I'm putting her in doing some work. But she's basically in the house. So that's what kind of made me think of, you know, shorten what my situation was. Was it the pollen? Is it the dog food? Or is it that mosquito spray? You know, when they start spraying that spray, you know, I stay close to a pond, and mosquitoes, man, they big as birds damn near. But I found out how to deal with it. Thank God I didn't have 40 dogs trying to deal with that. And I know Mo, he stayed at least 5 miles from where I am. And his dog was doing this, going through the same thing, and he way on the other side of town. You know, even though they were, now, true enough, they were sisters. You know, we're dealing with 2 littermate sisters. But, you know, in the process of raising them, that was something that just popped up, and it popped up all at the same time. So, but imagine people with these massive yards that have, you know, Pavo comes through. 3-year-old dogs with Pavo. And I've seen it. And be wondering, you know, did they have their shots? Yeah, I give them shots all the time. Man, how much you have people on your yard? Because Pavo, you know, they can come to your yard, and before you know it, once it's on the yard, you through. If they're not protected. These things I've seen happen. I've seen yards literally white. But again, until it happened to you, you wouldn't like pay it no attention. But once it happens to you, remember, all it's still gonna have to do with the relationship that you have with your dog. Some people don't, you know, they handle it a little different. It's just a dog. But some of us, we look way beyond, it's just a dog. That's part of the family. You know? And I think that part's important because up north, they're willing to put their dogs in crates inside, get out there, take them out the crate, walk them, let them use the bathroom. Remember, everybody on the time clock now. I mean, I went in the places, went in the basements, you wouldn't smell. I mean, you wouldn't even know that there was that many dogs in that area. No shit smell, no piss smell, no sour smell. Because the ones that I knew, they took care of their dogs. Man, I ain't let my dogs be out there in that cold. Got them all set up down here. Nice, warm, and tough. Give a damn how deep that snow is. Every last dog down there gonna get out, have that big old walk where they can piss and shit and come on back in the house for the next one. Now, how many of my bulldog men out there know what I'm talking about? Let me see a one. If y'all know what that feel like, to have to get out there in the cold, get out there in the rain. I mean, it's flooding out there. You gonna leave the dog out there on the chain, or you gonna try to bring as many as you can to save them? How many of y'all gonna do that? How many of y'all know what that feels like? But yet you still get out there and do it. To me, that's a bulldog man. That's a man that loves his dogs. Now, anybody that love their dogs that much to do that much, they got a purpose. And whatever that purpose is enough that they will treat that dog the way it is supposed to be treated. That's what I'm on. Should it matter the size of the yard? For me, no. I don't think you need a lot of dogs to have great dogs, y'all. Well, twin, why y'all have why y'all have a big yard? Because it was a dream to have a big yard. It was a dream to have a big yard with nothing but shit that you raised, you bred. Let's start from there. You done seen what the little yard was like. But we never bred enough to say, these are our dogs. We bred these dogs. We were able to do that with a big yard because we didn't move nothing. Everything that we bred, we kept. Everything. And for me, I say that to y'all because somebody out there is probably thinking the same way we are. Maybe that's somebody's goal. Maybe even if it's nothing but 4, 5 dogs, every dog that's on your yard, you bred, that's your work. That's you. That is important because if you're raising dogs for a purpose and you're selling dogs, you're selling these dogs, I would think that you would want to sell somebody the best product to represent your work that sets you above any other yard they might be looking at to go buy a bulldog from. Because that's what I think the average person that I knew that were breeding their dogs and raising their dogs and campaigning their dogs always had beautiful dogs. It would be shocking to know that, for us, we might have been a little, Mo was a little bit extreme because Mo, he became like a doctor. Because, when you got a lot of in the city, it's a matter of who you know. And pretty much when you're in the city, you kind of know everybody that, that had these bulldogs that's in the community. And some of the older guys, they knew a lot of things that some of us younger guys didn't know. Like the dog is sick. When they shit look crazy and it's got this terrible smell. Oh shit, your dog got Pablo. Now for a new guy, they wouldn't have never known that. The thing is, they know their dog is sick. They probably got the puppy from that guy, or they bought the puppy. When they got the puppy came sick, because I've seen that happen. Breeders out there selling sick puppies. And who do they have to run to? You got to run to that OG over there. He got a yard full of dogs. If you can't do nothing, you better call and ask him. This is what I'm dealing with. What do I do? See, Mo was always that one person that they could always call and say, hey, can you help me out? That's what we try to do by trying to help you out. Let's get off the sides of the yard and think about how much the size of the yard. For me, I said, get off the size of the yard and let's talk about the dog man, because it's the dog man who creates the size of the yard. You know, where his head at? If you feel like he need 10, 20, 30 dogs on the yard, then that let it be his purpose. As long as he taking care of them 10, 20, or 30 dogs like he only had one. That's the man I would be buying my dogs from. Because if he ain't doing nothing right, he's raising them. Look at him when he come around. You coming to buy a puppy and you look how the other dogs is acting when he on the yard. They love him. That's the alpha. Those are the kind of yards I'm used to seeing. Those are the kind of dog men that I was used to seeing, whether it was up north or down south. Down south, when look, fellas, y'all think we only had 80. At one point, we had 100 dogs. But there was people down here that had yard twice as big as ours. I'm talking about 200-300 dogs. I mean, dogs as far as you can see. How do you keep up with that many dogs, man? How in the world could you keep up with that many dogs? And the yard looked this good. Well, it's a couple of us. That's when them combines come in. See, combines, when you're working with people, man, this job becomes so much easier. If you got a team and everybody working together, everybody is on the same page, everybody understands their responsibilities when it comes to their position in that combine. So when you got a combine, that's how you have the STPs, the super kennels. You know, even for us, the going hard kennel. Because I can never, you know, forget about my proteges. Because they were one of the major reasons why we knew we could maintain a big yard, because we knew they were going to do the right thing. They were going to do the right thing. So when you got that many people and everybody's on the same page, look at the reward that they got out of it, because to me, their story is bigger than ours. You know, I'm always one to know that, I mean, let me tell y'all something, fellas. One thing that we don't really just, you know, we throw that out there, but we always have been strong believers in the dogs. Just, you know, in the future have always gotten better. And I can truly say that because even with our dogs and what our proteges did with those dogs, that's living proof. That right there is living proof. And as long as, you know, the people that we deal with and the dogs that we breed, why would we change the way we handle them when it comes to the upbringing, the care, and the maintaining? Why would you have 20 dogs if you couldn't even take care of one? Yes, it's important to be out there with your dogs on an everyday basis. It's not about leaving them on the chain, because you can leave them on the chain as long as you're spending some time with them. Remember, the dog's going to react because either you're going to be out there feeding them and cleaning up the shit, and they're going to be used to seeing you. And at some point, when you're done cleaning up the shit, they know the routine. They done ate already. They waiting for you to come take them off. They're going to see you coming with that leash, and they're going to be jumping up and down and crazy. And just to have that one walk with you. And for me, every time I'm out walking with them, I talk to them. I show them all some love. I get them all hyped up. So when we start that walk, the tails be stuck up, ears be on motion. They looking for any and everything, because I want to see that prey drive. I want to see that drive. I want to see how they act out here. I want to see another dog, and if they just gonna just look over there and keep walking, or they gonna get that attention and want to stop and say, "Who that? Who that?" Yeah, I like that. Who that? I got you on the leash, but I like to see that. Who that? You know, because I never wanted to lose. I never want them to lose that, because that's what's supposed to be in them. Damn right. When you see that possum and that squirrel, I want to hear that. Don't just stand there and look at it. The prey drive automatically gonna make them do that. That's the part to where I think that all my bulldoggers out there who actually get out here and do this, y'all know this is the real, and it's as petty and small as it seems to some of you, it is so damn important in the raising of them. And I say that not just because we had them, but we train dogs. That same relationship in our Malinois, the German Shepherds, the Doberman Pinscher, that relationship between man and dog is so important when it comes down to you having a purpose, even for the one that has a dog as a house dog. He don't like nobody coming around. And if you ain't part of the family, you got to be careful around it. But guess what? He is part of the family. He don't know them. You should be happy that that dog, it will protect your family. But it's up to you to control what he's supposed to do. Because that's what, for me, that's what I look at them all to do as far as my guard dog. That's what you're supposed to do. I just got to be able to control that by telling you it's okay. Letting you know when you hear me say it's okay, I don't want to see that. That's the relationship you have to build. But I can't sit here and scold him on something that he was bred to do. Which takes me back to my bulldog. Who walking who? Twin? Look like he walking you. Yeah, I let him do that. I weigh about 165 pounds. He'll have a good workout by the time he get back home. He'll take his ass home and lay down because I let him pull. I let him drag me. I'm dead weight. But why you think their bodies look like they look? Maybe that's why my kids used to like walking them. Because I said, if they want to pull, let them pull. If you can't handle them, then don't take them. You know, it was some dogs who, you know, the boys would have to deal with, you know, because you had some of them crazy ones that, yeah, they see a possum or something, and they be done start dragging my daughters down the damn street. But as they all grew up, they knew how to handle them. They knew how to snatch them up. They knew how to break them, because I wanted to make sure as long as you was out there with them, you never know what stray gonna run up on them. I want you to understand when I say break, this is what I mean break. Don't get in there, grab them. I want you to do, yeah, we taught them everything. You need to get in there and you grab them and you pull them off. We got a yard accident and we generally be working throughout the whole day having a yard accident out there. I can't go and just tell my wife to go out there by herself to get them. I take one of the boys or get one of the kids and y'all get out there and get them loose. Can't wait till I get home. Whoever's around the house, you need to get out there and get them. What you want me to do with them? Put them, who got off? Put them in the pen. You know, those things, man. And I think about it over the years because it was just something that we just thought was all normal. You know, the life of a man and his bulldogs. But never got into, you really don't stop and look back at what it really took to do that, you know, I mean, I guess I didn't start looking at it that way until like this podcast shit. You know, like, why you can't tell them a half a story. You got to let them know the whole thing, because if you're really in it, for the ones who really have to do it, they know what a hot summer is dealing with bulldogs out on chains. They know what it looked like when you see that green mold growing in your water pan. You know, when that moss start hanging around out there. They know what it looked like when a dog ain't eating. They know what it looks like when the shit ain't right. It ain't stirring no more. It's watery. That dog must be getting sick. Let me check them for worms. You know, all the little things that we take as just comes with having dogs. So there is a difference between having a big yard and a small yard now. That man who got a small yard, maybe that's all he can handle. But to himself, if that's what I'm going to handle and I'm limited to the space, he's going to have great looking dogs, but they're going to be valuable to him. They're going to be precious to him. That's what's important. That's where your great dog's journey come from, fellas. Relationships with the dogs. How in the hell can you have relationships with 40 dogs? It's not impossible. I've done it. I used to just walk down through the yard. We have 5 rows of dogs, and we used to just walk down through the rows just to watch how they acted. If I go over here to one to show them some love, I got the rest of that line I got to walk through to want to get over here and destroy where I'm at. That ain't the one you want. That ain't the one you want. Before you know, ain't paying attention to me. Now they want to get the dog. I like it when they fight for your love. I like it when they act like that and get jealous. That's that vigor mentality that I want to be close to the alpha male. I want to be the next in line. They're not there to challenge me. They're there to show me the love. Who's going to show me the love the most? That is so important in raising these dogs, because I said, if you ain't never seen a pit bull pull weights, a weight pulling competition of the pit bulls, just type it in on YouTube and just go see what it takes to do that for that short time period. I seen one where the dog, I think this was back in the early 80s, maybe the early 90s, when the dog, for his weight, and it was a pit bull, broke the world record and died 3 days later. You know, to me, that was a game ass dog. And you'd be like, you don't think, I mean, died 3 days later. But go look and see what was all involved in weight pulling. And when you see it, think about what it actually takes for you to train a dog to be able to unleash that kind of power, pulling that type of weight. And you want to see game? To me, that's game. That's a way of showing, damn it, gameness. You don't understand what I'm saying? Go look and see what's all involved. That's game. Because you're going to see some that quit, but you're going to be seeing some that just don't know what quit look like. That's the power of American Pit Bull Terrier. But dogs don't get like that on their own, man. They don't. It takes time, individual time, individual responsibility of the dog, man, to find out what he wants to do to make that animal become the elite animal that it is. Can you actually do that with 40 dogs? Can you actually do that with 20 dogs? Can you even actually do that with 5? Who am I to say? Only the man with the dogs will be able to tell you that. But for us, dog men who used to go around and have people come to our yard and let's go to other people's yards and, you know, admire their work, you know, I always felt it was gratifying to actually walk on another man's yard and see a nice looking yard. Kind of just know that man, you know, he loved his dogs. That's how I looked at it. He loved his dogs. I love my dogs like he loved his dogs. And then you got them big questions, you know, twin, how you now here, you know, we had that conversation about dealing with fleas and ticks and how to keep them warmed out and the type of medicine and all them things that we used to talk about. And sometimes because of our audience, it's not like our audience is going to go back and I blame a lot of that on me because again, if I don't get these shows titled to where I could make it easier for people to find the things that they're looking for, they're just going to be videos. And I know this, and that's why I'm saying this to you. I know that there's things that we could have done and we could do this so much better. But fellas, we don't really show up for this shit until it's on Tuesdays and Fridays. It's not something you notice we don't have the fancy you know, layouts and all of the fancy, you know, all the other fancy things that go with it. If I was younger, I would probably do shit like that. You hardly ever see us on Facebook. We got a page over there, but you know, it's not that we don't love the game. We just love the game in a different type of way. You know, I don't think all the flashy stuff that we can do on YouTube and all the things that I know I could do if I could just sit down and put my time in it. But for me, it's, and I don't say this to be like a hater, but I have more bigger and better things to go on in my life, you know, on a daily basis, that I still love this game enough to always try to make sure that I make it here on Tuesdays and Fridays. Now, I don't say that to just be having something to say. I say that because that's the reality for us. How you gonna love something so much that I feel like I'm letting my community down if we just don't want to show up? That ain't never been us. Because I felt if I was gonna be that type of guy, I wouldn't show up. I wouldn't even do this. So I'm gonna give and show y'all the same love that I would show my dogs. You know what I'm saying? I would show y'all the same love I would show my dogs. So just understanding when I hear people, you know, they make the comment about sizes of yards. Size don't matter. If you can handle it, hell, like I said, you know, time got tractor trailers pulling up with dog food. You know what I'm saying? Tractor trailers pulling up with dog food. I remember when we had that yard and we had a barn. We had the yard and then we had a big ass barn. About 100 bags of dog food. We used to just use our company licenses and run into one of the wholesales and buy just, pallets of dog food. So dog food wasn't never the issue. Mo used to be the medicine man. It wasn't nothing that we couldn't treat on the yard. He was serious about the Babesia thing. He had everything it was needed to take care of the yard. When we talk about that on this show, back in the day, Mo was showing you how to stitch them up, proper way of stitching them, how to treat it, black dog or not. If you treat a scar, a cut, we have these yard accidents. These dogs are Houdinis, but if you don't know how to put that dog back together and treat it right, that scar is going to be a permanent mark. And I feel like if you treat these scars the way they're supposed to be treated, you'll barely even know that them scars was ever there. And I ain't talking that shit just like I don't know. Again, we had black dogs, y'all. We had blood BA in them. They were black. They were scrappers. But there were some pretty black dogs. If you look at that picture of Chinaman, look how pretty, beautiful that dog looked. Couldn't even tell that he was a monster. But then you turn around and look at Luther, see a totally different type of dog. See, that's one of the things that when y'all say, does the dogs get better? Well, there was a time, fellas, that the older guys, and I don't know if that was like a trophy thing for them or it was, but you could go and you could look at a dog and know that, yeah, he's a fighter. You could tell. Just look at him. You could see the old scars. But as we got older in this game, man, we didn't want to see scars. Remember, times change. Remember, we always talk about times change. You're right. Times do change. But we didn't want to see them scars because of them times. So we had to learn to treat scars the proper way. That right there is a change in itself. Maybe back in the day, they didn't look at them like that. It didn't matter. But for us, as time changed, that was one of the things that actually changed with time. You need to know how to, on these yard accidents, when these things happen, we didn't even feel comfortable back in the day taking them to the vet because you don't know what the vet was going to do. Even though we had a good vet, but at some point you got to learn to be able to take care of some of these things yourself. Because a yard of 40 dogs, there was going to be an accident at some point. And we've had a couple accidents. And can't tell me our chains wasn't right. Can't tell me them collars wasn't right. All I can tell you is these dogs are magicians. I've seen dogs back out a collar. I've seen dogs use the corner of a dog house or a limb and work their way out of a collar. Just constantly working it on that orange tree and all that little. I think what Mo ended up doing, he was run the collar, put all the straps on it, and then put a bolt. Yeah, it got that bad. We had to put, them little tap bolts to keep the flap down, so it couldn't come back through the buckle. Because all it had to do was happen one time before we said, okay, can't afford to let that happen again. So we start putting them extra holes in there and strapping down that lip, because you know how they getting it off. They could have been, doing it with their paw, yellow, what was his name? Little Buck used to do his by rubbing up on a tree, and it actually worked for him. Just keep running up on the tree and just rubbing it, his neck against the tree. There wasn't nothing wrong with him, but the dog he got out, and there was no way that dog should have been off unless that tree move worked. And it had to work because he was off. There goes the yard accident. And you ask yourself, no, the collar is not in the buckle. The collar ain't on him. Collar is still right there to change. So that means somebody either came out there and took him off, or he actually got off. He found a way to get off. That kind of shit happens though, man. The thing is, what do you do to prevent that? See, when you got a bunch of dogs, you got to worry about all that shit. When you got 4 or 5 dogs, just because you got 4 or 5 dogs, does that mean don't check the chains? That means you don't have to check the collars? Nah, I think regardless of what's the size of the yard, I think you need to always check the chains and always check the collars. But for us, we had a reason to have that many dogs. Not everybody, that don't make us bigger and better and badder than anybody else. No, that was just a dream to be able to create, we didn't have to go out and buy dogs. We wanted to make our own dogs. Whatever your purpose and whatever your dream, just the little things that I'm saying tonight, those are the little things that people don't talk about. Them little things have a lot to do with the person. How much do you really love these dogs? How much do you really, really want to put into something that you love? Now, for some people, that might sound crazy. Well, you fight dogs. Well, I used to. Don't mean I didn't love them. Only a real dog man would know what that means and what it felt like. How you gonna tell me I ain't love my damn dog? You know what kind of time I put in that dog? You know how long that dog been with me? Yeah. Let me see. Trevor says, Mike, is there any course? Let me put this up right quick. Mike, is there any course, book, or anything you can suggest about good sorting practice so that someone can master? Man, yeah, I think the video we had a video where it actually had a doctor showing the proper way to stitch up a cut, the proper way, what was needed. We did a video on that. Mo, look, there's a we bought a little practice kit that nurses and doctors use. It has a needle and it has like this kind of urethane. It's almost like jelly, but you could work on your stitches by doing, just watching that video. I know Mo, we had the video, and Mo actually had the kit here, and he was trying, you'll see in the video where once you learn the process, and I mean, everything you got to practice. Now, I know working with the kit is a lot different than working with the dog, but there's no reason to be working with the dog if you don't understand the kit. Now, we got to do another show to bring that back to, because it's been so long since we did it, but it is really important that you know that when these things happen, that, yeah, there's a proper way of doing it, not just stitching them up, but packing it. And I mean, there's a whole bunch involved. Shaving it, making sure the fluid don't build up. Yeah, we have a video that covers all of that. And maybe I need to just break that video down into shorts and rename it and put it back out there and make it a little bit more refreshing so you guys can have it, because I think that was a good video. I think all of us should know how to do with that type of shit. Dogs that go into shock. We talked about that. How do you deal with a dog that might go into shock? You don't know. You might be out there walking with the dog and been out there too long. You might be conditioning the dog and he had, something go wrong. These things can happen, and you have to know how to treat it. I'll do that for you, to Babor. I will definitely get that back to you, fam. Because, yeah, it was a good video. And I think, and it was real informative. I will get that to you because it is just one of them things that big or small the yard, because for me, the bigger the yard, the more, the more you're going to look forward to something going wrong. Accidents happen, and the more dogs you have, the more you increase the possibility of something happening. That's why we felt it was necessary, not just if you were dog fighting or anything. And no, it's not for that purpose. It's for when things do happen, you have to be able to take care of it. Because, these things happen, man. Shit really does happen. And you have to be able to know how to deal with it. I think that's important. But the size of the yard, like I said, you can have 1 or 2 dogs. It don't matter. The thing is, you're still going to be doing the same thing that a man does with 2 dogs with 40 dogs. Because if you're doing it the right way, each individual dog deserves that individual treatment. That same type of love all the way around. Because that is actually what's required. You don't clean up one dog's shit and don't clean up everybody else's shit. Who does that? You're going to have them ones that just don't clean up shit. Well, I clean up shit once a week. Well, shit, how many times do you feed them? Because my dogs, every time I feed them, I'm expecting them to shit the next day. Not that same day. After I feed them, an hour later, I'm taking them out. And then the next morning, they don't eat until the next evening. But every morning when I take them back out, they shit again. Oh. That's that schedule. That's that, because, they get that individual treatment. It's almost consistent. They know to do these things. That's where you have to, when you're putting in that work. So you always hear me go back to putting in that work. For me, if you love your job, you're going to excel because you love what you do. When you don't love what you do, you ain't going to be there long. And you don't give a damn of what the product look like in the end. All you want is your paycheck so I can get the hell up out of here. I don't want to be here anyway, but I got to be here because I need the money. That's when you know you're dealing with some bullshit. And believe it or not, fellas, a lot of these people who abuse these dogs and have them fucked up ass yards, that's exactly what they think. That's exactly how they think. You got into something that you can't handle. And instead of you just walking away, you just gonna just keep doing it your way. And when it all come down, you see what that shit be looking like. One thing they could not say, they tried to say it, that our dogs was deplorable and all that other shit. They try to say that shit. But when it come down to having to prove it, nah, they had to back up off that shit because the cameras don't lie. That's why we always used to tell y'all, hey man, get you check them cameras. See, we got away from all the shit that got us to where we are because we just figured, maybe they catch it, maybe they don't. But sometimes I be just thinking, we might have to go back and just start doing those things because, if we don't share it with the ones who wasn't around back then the ones that coming in between, they just, they're gonna miss out because nobody wants to go back and look through 300 something videos. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't like repeating shit. We try not to repeat too much, but we have to because as we move forward in things, remember everything as we move forward with Dog Man, and we talk about the history of the dogs, all of it, as you will notice, is almost in succession based on time. Everybody was doing certain things at a certain time period in this game, but you'll notice success didn't have no boundaries. That's why we can still talk about the dogs of yesterday and why it's hard to get away from the dogs of yesterday. I mean, not too many people talk about, there's a lot of dogs in our time from 1982 to 2008. There have been a lot of dogs that I have watched us talk about in our time, which a lot of y'all think we saying the same names in the now, but you got to remember what kind of names was we saying in our time. It sure wasn't no Jeep Red Boy Rascal. It was Kingfish. What's the other one, Bo? Kobe. Art. Well, Art was in our time, though. I mean, before, because remember, them dogs was around then. Yeah. So we couldn't, we wasn't saying Jeep Boy, we would actually talk about Kingfish dogs.
Oh, you talking about, we get back to what time?
Back like in 82 when we first got in there, the Hetrick dog.
Oh, we didn't know nothing
about didn't know nothing about the Hetrick dog, but remember they was calling them Hetrick dogs. We thought that was a fucking
in North Carolina.
Yeah, the North Carolina. I mean, we didn't know. We ain't no shit. So when they was talking about Hetrick dogs and Eli and Snooty dog, those were just the names that they was throwing around and you didn't know. And then when you pick up a pedigree and you see these dogs in that pedigree, then
No, we had them because we had papers.
We had papers. So you these are dogs that we're naming them kind of dogs. Remember, we can talk about Mayday dogs now. Remember, there's a name out there. It's not Jeep Red Boy Rascal. It's Mayday. That's a dog. Buck, he's a dog. We're talking about the dogs. Why haven't the names changed? Well, they was in our time. But as we grew, but we didn't start out talking like that. We was talking. I'm telling you, I heard a lot of Dibo, Kobe, Red Boy. Jocko was still living. Shaver still had Jocko when we were speaking of Jocko. He wasn't like the Jocko that we talk about now. He was just Shaver's Jocko. Because I think Mr. Saber showed him. But these are the things I be talking about. Time eventually does change when it comes down to even that part. But you ever think about, with that time and that change, that your name can be on a bloodline? You know, because I talk about hardcore dogs. I talk about Stone City dogs. I talked about Southern Kennel dogs. I talk about Super Kennels dogs. I talk about STP's dogs. I can talk about Mama's dogs, Mason's dogs. I mean, Loctite, and look at all the Rose, the Divines. Look at all the dogs. Abraham. I mean, look at all the men's dogs that we can. I mean, as men, talk about their dogs. Fat Bill dogs, schoolboy dogs. You know, schoolboys still have dogs. Only in America dogs. Remember, these are guys that I can talk about because they understand what it means to have their name on what they're doing. That's their product. That's their name on that. Why would we be any different than them? That's the thing. That's the part I don't be seeing where the hate coming from. Wait a minute. Wait one damn minute. There should be no hate because of what we've done. We're proud of what we've done, just like everybody else. They have the right to be proud. They don't give a damn what the next man say. That's why we can talk about the men, the dogs, the success, and they work. This is that building thing. And when we sit down here on this show, talk about, you know, our experience. I mean, I try to remind you, there's nothing back there you can go change, but we don't have a problem going back there and trying to relate to you guys based on, if I was going to tutor somebody about the American Pit Bull Terrier, my experience, and the people that I was blessed to meet along the way, this is how I would do it. The thing is, when it comes down to how y'all apply it, that's the other part of the story, man. That is the other part of the story. You know the format, you heard the story, you even got an idea of what we're talking about. But unless you apply everything that you received and everything that you learned and apply it to what you're doing, you have no idea what that would look like, because you're doing it the way you want to do it. You're not doing it the way it was already done before. And I can always say, well, nobody wants to keep being a copycat. Fellas, there's not too many breedings that hasn't already been done in some type of way. We might say we were the first one to breed, to breed the Stone City and the Southern Kennels. We did that to make them two come together. But them was two camps. But if you really look close, them type of breeding, something like what we did had been done way before. And it actually had been done for years. That's what actually recreated them. If you really pay attention, man, there's no difference between Yellow Buck and Mayday. Just different dogs. They're almost damn near like lion bred dogs if you just go back and look. So there's no way everybody should get their pants in a like, oh, and then when you hear the first time, no, we were the first ones to make those breedings because the two camps couldn't like each other. But as far as you pay attention to both them pedigrees, they're almost the same dogs. And no, we wasn't the first to ever do that part. We were the first to do, the Mayday Blondie situation, Stone City, Southern Kennels. But if you pay attention to the bloodline, man, they've been doing that and it has been working. And maybe that's why it worked out the way it did. To me, it didn't work for them. And I can say that because you notice when Mo showed y'all that when he says they didn't get the results that we got, because the reason they didn't get the results that we got because we had an out. We had something in our bloodlines that they didn't. So and he do too. Because of that, that's why we felt like we had better dogs. Because we did. And they bred that made a blondie shit twice, 2 breedings. And they still couldn't do what we did in 1. Why did we feel like our shit was better? Because we got better results. We had better dogs. Why we say we had better dogs? Look at it. What was the difference? Because it wasn't really the same thing. We still had something different that they didn't have. And if y'all know, look at the pedigree. Well, what there was, twin, hell, we done said that enough. If you look at the pedigrees, we did have an out. You know we did have an out. You see that Jeep shit in there. And again, the FAG, we always said Angus. But regardless, we knew that's what made everything different. That's why we got different dogs, because of that little part right there. But then for us, we always looked at it like that. That's the way we felt that, fellas, here's another way of breeding that. Even though they did do what they didn't get the dogs that we got. Remember, these same dogs that we got, look how many other people got those dogs, where you can still find going hard dogs to today. Look at the list. That's proven right there. Because we're nobody compared to them. But just for us to be able to say and do that much, I think that's big. So if we could do that, and with all the detail that we put in there, there's nothing that we try to leave out. We try to show you, look, if you pay attention, damn it, listen, look, the results are right there. But then let's talk about why we got these results and understand that part. Same thing about everything that you do when it comes to your yard, the chains. Remember the little detail shit. It's the little detail shit that leads to perfection. And I didn't want to be talking about, everybody's perfect. Because perfect is a hard thing to achieve, but it's no harm in trying to be perfect. I try to be perfect based on my job. If I can't fix it, then why am I even out here doing this? People pay me to go out here and take care of this shit. If I can't be good at doing that, I'm supposed to shine above all the rest. I take pride in doing that type of shit. People take pride in their dogs like that. That's why we have competition dogs. That's why it's hard to sit back and just watch people shit on your work. The purpose for you putting in that work is to be recognized from anybody. If nobody else recognizes your work, you should be able to recognize the quality and the time and be honest with yourself and say, you know what? That was a damn good breeding right there. You know what? That was a damn good dog right there. And when you have other people saying the same thing, even though it's your shit, you don't have to say it. When people start saying, you know what? That was a damn good dog right there. You know what? That was damn good breeding right there. That's an accomplishment. And it should be respected as such. because not everybody can do that. Not saying everybody, I'm just put it like that. Everybody just can't do it. It sounds like, with so many people with dogs over the years that I've been dealing with these dogs, there's a lot of people who couldn't do it, y'all. Straight up. And yeah, there was some ones that have been in there 10, 15, 20 years and could never get over that hump. And who am I to say why they couldn't get over that hump? I know guys that used to, have 7, 8 dogs and be one of them ones that every time they went out, 5 in a row, lost. 8 times, lost. That shit looks crazy. But, you'd be wanting to reach out to them. Man, why don't you just start over? Where do you start looking into, and believe me, they don't never come and ask you, be like, twin, what's wrong? What am I doing wrong? You're rare to find them kind of people. Because how many times you got to lose before you stop and realize that all that shit is garbage. But you're going to stand 10 toes down on it, and that's okay, because that's what you're supposed to do when it's your shit. But don't let it get to the point to where don't nobody even want to mess with you because they start classifying, I don't want to beat you. You ain't nothing to be beaten up on, man. I'm not going to even do that to you. You don't want to be a part of that conversation from that end, man, because I've had them kind of conversations with other men. Get mad all you want, but I know you ain't trying to run over here with shit else. But you can, to save face and you want to keep trying, then you go ahead. But eventually, as a good dog, man, we've given dogs away to those type of people. And don't let nothing don't work, man. Here, take this. Take care of it. Because they're going to take care of it. They just believe in nothing. That's all. But here, if you can believe in nothing, try to believe in this right here, because this is something. And work your hand from there. And that's not trying to be the big bad wolf in the neighborhood. Because I think that's what brings the neighborhood up. That's what brought our dog game up. But don't be for the relationships and the people that was doing the things that they was doing, that game would have never grown. A lot of our yards would have never grown. Why would that change moving into the future? Why all of a sudden it's been doing it this way for all these centuries, and all of a sudden with the results that we get, it's supposed to be like there's a change. Well, coming from where I come from, and y'all know where we come from, that part ain't gonna never change. I don't know what the other part look like, and I keep trying to make that clear, and I know Mo do. We don't know what the other part looks like because we were never those kind of guys when it came to these dogs. We want somebody to come up and tell that story about that other side. Ain't nobody popping up here with no, champion weight pulling dog. I mean, I would be amazed if I just seen, we had them weight pulling dogs. I'm trying to show y'all, I'm trying to tell you about it. I went on YouTube and Googled it. And pulled it up and showed it. Not that that's not my first time. I really wanted to show y'all, look what it takes to do this job right here. Look what you have, the relationship you have to have with your dog to do that part right there. That's that other side I'm talking about. Look, you go look at a video and then you'll see why I said. Now you want to see a game dog on that end? You want to see what it looked like to be a game dog doing what they doing? Go look at a weight pulling video of a pit bull. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, you can look at them that way and see what game look like. There is no doubt in my mind. You can go see it, because what it takes to do that in that short a period of time is amazing. It's amazing. But we ain't doing that. They ain't doing it like that right now. You're not seeing these kind of competitions right now. They're not out there to where I could pull it up and this was something that happened last week. Not in our own community. Big shout out to my man Supreme Excellence coming in with a super sticker. Appreciate the love, Supreme. It's been a while. I ain't seen you in a minute, fam. But these are the things I be talking about. These are two separate situations. But as far as the dog is always going to be the same dog. The only thing that's going to be different is the purpose of the dog, man. Big or little yard, don't matter. Let me see what my poll says about that. Check this poll right quick. What you doing? Go off now. Go ahead, read that to you. Come on. I'll let you in. Let me kill my mic right quick.
What up, y'all? I'm sliding in here. What's up, fam? Hey, let me do this poll. Does the size of the yard play a role in upkeep and raising other American pit bull? 71% said yes. 71% said yes. 29% said no. We had 92 votes in that one, y'all. 92. Good shout out to that 92. I mean, a big yard, it takes responsibility. 72% of you guys, if you really know, that's why, I mean, I just want to say this. We get a lot of accidents out here, guys, when we have these yards. Y'all could be trying to do the best thing, the right thing with your dogs, and you still have these accidents. You know, guys that are trying to even do it the right way, y'all having these accidents. You know? See, those don't get out there on the airways. All we know is, one day there's a dog there, and I always hear the stories of these dogs getting loose and them losing dogs. Shoot, I done had one lose, bought two dogs, and lost both of them. Paid money for them, trying to do the right thing with them. And all it took was one of them to get off the chain, and he just lost his money. And he wasn't doing nothing wrong. His intentions was in good intentions. But you go in, and if you don't really get it, like, there's no way they're supposed to get off the chain, y'all. I mean, if we're waking up every day dealing with these situations and checking those chains, They're on axles, checking those axles. Those collars should have double rings on them with them nice swivels. Swivels, they can't be them little swivels. They gotta be bulldog swivels. Those swivels take a lot of wear and tear. And they get wound down real quick. You gotta get them nice big, even put the big ones on the little, because the dogs are really not supposed to get off the chain. Hey y'all, I hear other. Yeah, which one I'm using? This or this? Well, I'm feeling that. Hey y'all, can y'all hear more?
Hey, y'all, give me a favor. Tell me if y'all can hear more.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Can I get a mic check? Can I get a mic check one? Hey y'all, I'm using Mike. I'm over here with Mike. He thinks the sound ain't right over there. No, what I was saying was, about the dog getting loose. It becomes. I think just like we talk about the health, the care of them. I think it's real. We need to get back on those chains. I think the problem is the chains and the collars. I mean, when you got a hybrid bulldog on a chain, chains are good for dogs because they get a lot of exercise. That's why a lot of these dogs, if they're on the chain, look so damn good. Depending on the kind of chain you got them on. Nice, strong chain. You got a nice circumference to run around. You're going to be a nice looking dog. But running through that sand and that metal getting that tension, and we talking about dogs, like I said, you need to go check out that weight pulling job competition and really see that chain you got your dog on. Shit, care, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna wear down, care how thick it is. Grinding across the ground, getting that constant tension from the bulldog, knowing that it come time to feed time, he always gonna be popping that mug. Dog get around, walking through the yard, he ain't getting his attention. He gonna be popping the chain. They get loose. They always seem to get loose at night. Always seem to get loose when nobody's around. I'm telling you, I had a lot of dogs, and I still put cameras back there on my yard. And those cameras caught the thief. Those cameras kept me honest. You know what I'm saying? There's time that I would have my cameras on, and I had no problem cutting them off when I wanted to. Because what I need to be recording, that's what's going to be recorded. But I don't need to be recorded, camera going to be off. Now, what you going to say? I cut my camera off when I don't want to be something to be known? Well, it's my camera. Doesn't mean I'm doing something wrong. I'm just cutting it off. Because there ain't supposed to be nothing on there to be worried about any damn way. So that's why it's off. cameras are used to protect your yard, not get you in trouble. Those cameras come in handy if you get up every morning or you have this certain time we get out there and you take care of your dogs. That camera keeps you honest. And when you stop being honest to the camera and you have to cut it off because your yard look tacky, think about that. Think about it, because when it comes to these people in their law, I'm telling you, those cameras are very, very, very important. You would be surprised if you know, like I know, I deals with these people. Those cameras keep them honest. And they also keep you honest. Because can't nobody come back there and go back to those people and say whatever they want to say about your yard. They can't go back there and take pictures and shit by just walking up on your property. You ain't home, and snapped a couple shots. And then that, which is definitely against the law. They ain't have a warrant, but they'll do it because then they'll say the dog, we felt the dog needed a welfare check. That's what we got the call about. So they get that little opportunity, especially if they catch them fucked up, knowing that's not how it was. You know, guys got to understand that. This is what gets yards looked at. And they don't be doing it by the law. They break the law to make the law. So guys, I'm telling you, the way they make these little Wi-Fi cameras, things like that, I mean, I would be putting cameras around my areas, but I would also have cameras that have motion detection. You want to put those detectors around places where people ain't got no business walking by. Don't know, being Amazon cameras, I mean, anywhere going into that zone, and that camera activated, somebody's back there in your yard, they ain't got no business back there. You should be getting a damn text or a ding or something. You need to know what's going on your yard. And that's when you're doing it right. Because you can be doing it right and they can still turn around and catch you with a fucked up yard or a messed up dog or an accident because of your not securing the dogs and you were just lucky. How are you going to explain this card up dog? I mean, no. I mean, Mike wants me to speak on the big yard and the little yard thing, and I'm literally talking about both. There's no difference in whether you got down there 100 dogs, to down maybe 5 dogs or 3 dogs. It's the area that you need to be protecting. I mean, guys, the game is going to be the game. And I've always felt, even back then, you know, when I was in the game, I was that careful. You know, remember, I told y'all what happened to me. And if it don't be for those cameras, you know what I'm saying? They need to be on when I need to have them on. And because of those things, man, they come in with their lies. But now you're going to take this lie and put it on. You know how it is. They go and they get a false police reports. And then all of a sudden you got somebody out there with a cell phone that actually had it on their phone. And all of a sudden now the news people got it. Now he didn't got caught Because how you gonna tell that story, yet this video is showing us something totally different? See, I catches them because of those cameras. You know, I catches them where they know when they come around my yard, they know that they better automatically know, better not go no further than where they need to be going, because they can't go no further because they see those cameras. But you ain't gonna just walk off in this yard, come back telling a lie. You can't let them on your yard. You don't have to talk to them. It's like getting stopped by the police and you ain't done nothing wrong. So don't invite nobody to do shit. Don't be so proud of your yard where you can be like, I ain't worried about it. I'll let them see my shit. But yeah, okay. Then how about doing it like this? They ain't got no business looking at your shit, even if you are on your points. Because then you putting your trust in some people that'll turn on you. Period. No, they'll take more cautious to you if you stop them right there at the door. I didn't call you. Somebody saying my dog is barking too much, or somebody saying this or saying that. Well, I didn't call you. I didn't tell you none of that. Well, we just come for a welfare check. They okay? They okay? And that's how you should be. I mean, y'all better hear me. Y'all got to understand it. Even when y'all trying to do it right, they're going to treat you wrong. And y'all got to protect yourself. That's what y'all now guys need to be looking out for. You know, that keeps away not only the thieves, that keeps the accidents from happening, at least from down thing for sure. If I had an accident on my yard, if a dog broke a chain and had a chain, and I had a broken chain on my yard, those are two things that I would never let get out of my safe site, where it would be somewhere safe. Because if a dog gets some scars on my yard and I'm gonna have a video of it, it's gonna be a dog getting off the chain, running across the yard, hitting another dog. It ain't gonna be because I was fighting my dog. You understand what I'm saying? Those are the kind of things that you want to be on camera. Not the ones where you wake up one day, the dog is fine, and you know, you got your camera back on, but you got your camera on when he's looking fucked up. Ain't no business, got no business being out there in the yard amongst the other dogs, no how. That's what they make crates for. Dogs have accidents. If you ain't trying to take them to the vet and you're trying to stay out of trouble, don't put them on the chain. Get them dogs off that chain. You got to go out and buy 2 crates. You stick their ass in some crates until you bring their asses back to normal. Then that'll be a whole lot cheaper than getting them caught on your yard like that, knowing they got off the chain. You see what I'm saying? These things, guys, y'all think it'll never happen to me. Well, I know what I gotta do. I do this, and you know, I hear those all the time, but we're still losing dogs. It's getting off the chain. We're getting guys getting in trouble for accidents, and I have to go through a whole bunch of shit because it was an accident. But just because it's a simple fact it's a pit bull, the first thing they're gonna start acting like is, one, the dog didn't get veterinary care, so that looks like you're fighting dogs. You see what I'm saying? And remember, this is because you didn't have that camera or that dog getting off the chain running over there. You know, you damn near get a whole video of what really happened. You know, it's a terrible thing to see, and especially if you come back and one of your dogs is dead. You know, I would to go in there and push replay and see what happened on the yard. But I wouldn't throw that mug away, because one day that they come and they see the dogs and they get back to normal, and they always got to come up with something Always got to come with something. Those little scarred up dogs over there, they healed up. Ain't no need for medical care. But if it ever became an issue, I got myself protected. I could throw a couple more scars on there if I needed to. But I'm going to have that video. And that's the smart way of dealing with the law. The law getting these search warrants with very little proof. They call that probable cause. Boy, there's a real small standard for probable cause. I mean, I can understand, guys, how it's not safe for y'all really to have treadmills, but you see Toomey, you see Amazon, you see all the other dog breeds on a treadmill being sold across the internet. Yet, they come on your yard, and you might have a fucked up yard. And you might not be doing nothing with your dog, but your yard is fucked up and you got a treadmill. You're going to get dog fighting charges. And you're going to catch more hell trying to explain to these people that's not what it was. You know what I mean? All because of these things. And Lord knows if you got about 4 or 5 dogs and you one of them fanatics that, you got all your medicine, you got everything you need. You like exercising your dog. You know what I mean? And so you got your meal. You're doing everything right. But then one day they come, you know what I mean? And by Lord knows if you don't pay attention to what I told you what you shouldn't do, and you do, and then watch the way they twist it when there is nothing wrong. All because you have your medicine to take care of your dog, and you have your treadmill to take care of your dog. You have your spring pole to take care of your dogs. No scars on your dogs, but you can guarantee they're looking at that equipment and that dog, and they're looking at you like you're a dog fighter. That's what y'all have to worry about now, because it's this big thing. Like I'm telling you, they're trying to eradicate the breed. And the more they keep throwing the drugs and the dog in there, it makes it even harder in your court cases for those who get the court cases. I've seen some, judges give dudes 2 and 3 years, for little shit, but you was caught doing the wrong. But these same little ones, these guys is getting caught doing, there's guys out here getting 15, 20 years for the same crime. All judges don't see it like it used to be seen. It's still an animal that has very little value. You might spend $5,000 for that dog, and that dog get hit because somebody rolled up on the sidewalk, and you got out the way, and they still hit your dog and killed your dog, and you may get $1,000. Tangible value. That's it. So I think some of the courts look at it like, it's really hard, but society says be firm. We're talking about animals that we kill every day to eat. They're getting too petty. Yet we pay top dollar to watch 2 humans get in an octagon and act like pit bulls. But again, I always say, and we supposed to be smarter than the dogs. Yet we gotta make our dogs fight. That's what they tell everybody. Oh, they making their dogs fight. No. But who gonna get up there and convince them that that's not it? Who gonna get up there and tell them about them boys from the UK and Ireland and all the years that everybody was out here doing the dogs, you know what I'm saying? All at the Madison Square Garden. And, you know, was they telling us that we was making them fight back then? Was that philosophy changed along the years? When did they have to start making them fight? You know what I'm saying? Be careful when you're baiting. I see it all the time at the dog shows, you know, and they call it drive points.
They allowed that now in the baseball.
Hmm?
They allowed that now in the baseball.
Well, they got that in the shows. In the shows. So just remember, when you're baiting your dog, you know, preparing him for your shows, make sure you got your show cards. You need show cards. Because any baiting in most states, and that's just two dogs barking at each other, being aggressive like we do at the dog shows, you know, it will not be or cannot be used as a baiting for the purpose of dog fighting. But you have to have something to literally show these folks that you're in that type of life, as far as dog shows and confirmation shows, where that is part of the requirements. And so it's not for the purpose of dog fighting, it's for the purpose of competition. You know what I mean? All the way down to baiting. You know, you can't do it with the weight pool. You know, you can't use little animals or anything like that. But you know, that's baiting right there, get you in trouble. You know, days of grabbing the chicken or put the little pretty rabbit in the cage. Can't do none of that. You can't, you know, ain't harming nobody. But at least it's not baiting for the purpose of dog fighting. Imagine they see a cat in a cage or they see a chicken in a cage and you got a treadmill. You know, how are they going to take that? Is they going to use the baiting charge on the chicken and the treadmill and the dog? Or are they going to use the chicken and the treadmill and the dog and you and call it baiting for the purpose of dog fighting? That's how simple it be for them. A lot of guys out here, a lot of dudes out here, you listen to how they getting in trouble. They getting in trouble because maybe one person's yard is tacky, you know, and got some heat on them for being tacky. And then that person right there ignites a storm because they feel if a person got more than 4 dogs or 5 dogs, then he's in a community of some people with dogs. Because that's how they did the people up in Ohio. That's how they do them up in PA. That's how they got a lot of these dudes, you know, when it only took one. You know, if you're not registering your dogs, you got a problem. You got a big problem because that's the way they can come on your yard. If you don't have a registered dog in the state of Florida, and you got a dog back there, guess what? That dog ain't registered. That's like driving your car, and you know, he don't even know you got a license until he asks you for your license. And then if you ain't got your license, you see how the whole situation changed? Now he can start giving you orders. The same thing happens on your yard. So if you got regulations where you got to have your dogs registered, you got a couple of them dogs out there that's registered, and you got dogs, it is wise for you guys to listen to what I'm saying. This is all the reason why you should have cameras on your yard. Because I would take the chance with my cameras and my registered dogs. It's going to keep me honest and keep them off my yard, even when I'm not home. And yes, I got my rabies tags and my tags. So I had nobody going back in my yard for no reason. And if I catch you on my cameras, then you come with some bullshit, then we're going to still have a problem. Because I got you on camera. And my dogs is registered. And they got their shots. So why are you getting caught in my yard? I didn't call you. They get burnt like that one time, and they be real careful the next time. Because the next time they don't have a reason to. Next time you can call the police on them. Yeah, just call the police on them. I didn't call the police on him and told him to get him off my yard. He can't come off the sidewalk up to my door. He ain't got no business here. I ain't trying to talk to him. I ain't gotta talk to him. He act like he don't want to get off my property. Police told him, look here, you get on the sidewalk. Man don't want you on his property. Yeah. I ain't got nothing to say to y'all. Care what's back there. You can't see it. You ain't got no warrant. You got to talk to you. And that's how y'all need to be acting. And keep a camera on spot and make sure that's even being recorded. So he can't run down there and say, I made a threat or I did this. All my house is covered with cameras. So I want him to act up. Go tell a lie. Keep everybody honest. Keeps you honest. Keeps you where I get up and you'll catch me on video taking care of my dogs every morning. You will literally sit there and I could pull my videos up and put them out here. Y'all will see how I take care of my dogs. If you don't think this is some disciplined shit where dude can take care of his dogs in a fashion that y'all be like, now that's slick. Because you know I don't do dog shit. You know? It's slick the way it's done. But the thing is, remember, all my movements is being recorded anyway. What I got to hide? Somebody said I didn't get my dog any water that day. Shit. Somebody said that I had a bunch of shit in my yard. What would that video say? You'll see me out there. You won't catch nothing wrong. And if a dog is out there, they ain't got no business out there, believe me, I know I'm on camera. So it ain't going to be out there if it don't need to be out there. You know, that's just bottom line. I mean, it's not even thinking hard about, you know, it's just not really thinking hard if you're really trying to stay out of trouble. I mean, not even you guys that ain't doing, I mean, you guys are doing everything right. Y'all still are going to be dealing with the same situations. You're going to still see guys, innocent people due to these accidents. You know what I'm saying? Due to these, you know, you got them, but now you got so many of them, you know, and they ain't being sold, and you're spending all this dog food, shit's going to start looking raggedy because you don't want to let them go, or you just don't want to get rid of them. But it's hurting your pocket and you start slacking on it because you're not getting no paper. See, that's what happens when you start breeding a bunch of dogs out here and trying, everybody thinking they're going to get rich off some pit bulls. Really? That's why you see a lot of pit bull dudes out there selling Frenchies now. They don't even like messing with the XLs and shit. And what they call them, the miniature XLs, tiny ones. I know there's some small ones now. They didn't got down to the micro XLs. You know, but the pit bull gonna have that target. And we hear a lot of guys always saying, you know, like we saying, okay, when we gonna see a grand champion weight puller? But you know, they still do weight pull. But you know, I'm talking about y'all and y'all communities, y'all social media, that y'all can't make your own organization. Like South Bottom and them, it needs to be an organization where everybody, if you do it, if you put it together right, and it's really basically takes a company, you know, a registry of your own. You know, it could be a sportsman, you know, a sportsman organization, just strictly for, you know, that community that gets on these podcasts and like they dogs and make it available where, you know, you got these charters and places and stuff. You know, I like the video contest. I'd be checking them because you get an opportunity to get dogs from everywhere. But it's nothing like the actual dog show. You know, where you can really get in and see and really learn a lot because you're amongst the people to mingle. You know, and that's where, you know, even with the doggy video, you know, that's a great start to making that organization. You know, because at least you got people like, even with South Boston, they got people, you know, getting to these events. You know, money don't grow on trees. I'm pretty sure they could throw a lot more, but they could if we take this digital platform that we all share and really make it happen. I mean, you're gonna see all these people run the town. Probably ain't gonna never be bigger than the one we had when we all everybody wanted to hook up and we met there. I still ain't gonna think it's gonna be nothing bigger than that one because we all had, you know, the channel was definitely there. I got proof. Got many pictures of the channel being there. So we added to that for sure. That's why it was the biggest he ever had. And I enjoyed myself. I know y'all did too. But, you know, his pig picking, Fat Bill used to have one, I think. You know, those right there, them was cool. But me personally, I would be like, it would be an organization where we had them in certain, and, you know, geologically, you know, made where people can have these same type of events going on in sectors. You know what I mean? Like you have your Georgia, Tennessee area, you're gonna have your Alabama, Mississippi little circle down there with New Orleans area. You know, you got your Panhandle. You know, we'd take a little South Carolina on that one. You know, I would even go as far as Georgia and South Carolina in the Florida district. Depends on the ride. But, you know, you're going to have your deep Florida because Florida cares a lot when it comes to these bulldogs. You know, like South Carolina, but South Carolina, they should be like North Carolina. You know, they really don't it's like those are like really two different states. It really is. Because even back then in the dog game, it was like North Carolina and South Carolina was like just, they had their dog and then they had their dogs. They wasn't really running over that border too much into each other. And that's for real. They jump, North Carolina jump South Carolina and come to Florida before they go to South Carolina. South Carolina, they'll come to Florida before they go to North Carolina. So those were like, I'm down there, so, and I live there. So it was, you know, just thinking, even back then, but that would be a good thing as far as, you know, imagine if we had a big event. So, I mean, these would be nice events, big events, because look at these channels. Look at the views that these people be getting. Look at the subscriptions. I mean, if you could get 1,000 people at an event, that's a lot of people. I mean, we get these kind of people just by looking at the video. So you put everybody in an organization when we had this thing logistically set out with all these views and make it possible for all these people to meet who they come and watch on these damn videos. And I would love to be a special guest to these type of events. I would love to be moving around the country just to help promote them mugs. Shit, Floyd Boudreaux and them, they did it. We got a lot of dog men who I know that wouldn't mind coming in their areas and shit and showing up. You know, just to be around and meet the people that we sit there and watch us do these videos all the time. Now, I would love to hook up with J-Bo in 7-8. I'm one of them kind, boy. Y'all catch me down there where they at. I just been sick. I'm one to go and like to pop up. I know them all. I like to go and get my pictures and stuff like that while I'm still here. No, I'm just going through it. So if opportunity ever come, that's what I want to do. I'm gonna go knock on Fat Will's door. Shit. I ain't got a picture with him. I'm gonna get me a picture with him. No, because he's still my man. Even though he an asshole, he a hell of a dog man. You know, and he's still one of them top tiers when it comes down to, you know, people that I want a picture with. I got some great ones, but he's not. I don't have his, and I feel like he should be in amongst my great pictures. I always respect a dog man, win or lose. They also talk shit too. You know, I like it when you see the great dogs, and even when you have the opportunity to have the type of dogs that we have, you know, and don't think it's called being cocky, because see, when you're in that world for real, ain't nothing wrong with being cocky, because if somebody don't like it, they'll bring something to see if they can beat it. So I'm not trying to shy away from those kind of calls. I like to encourage that kind of thinking. You know what I'm saying? So if I feel like I'm kind of cocky and I got this bad little bitch and you want to get on it and shit because you think I'm a little cocky, get your shit. Yeah, we going 35, 36. You want this 43-pound bitch too? You want this 40-pound man? That's what it is. You know, that's how it is. Do you feel it? Think you can get it? Bring it. See, that's how it was. Now, you always going to have them ones where you become a threat. No, you're going to always have them ones that want to look good, you know. I got it, yeah, it's okay. But I guarantee you it will never develop. No. They'd rather get on the bus with you than to go and get on another bus and come against you. You know, it's better off for them being their friend for the moment, so they don't have to deal with this bad bitch I got. I'm gonna be your friend, man. You know, we gonna go do this together, man, because I like her. I really like her. And that's how it was, because you're gonna always find an opponent. That's the way the game used to go, guys. It just didn't work no other way. Somebody is going to ding the bell. I just think, you know, that's a long step in the argument where everybody's saying, you know, the game is still the same. We talking on a college hypothetical conversation. I mean, I'm pretty sure if they did it in a math class, they could probably get these numbers right. But when you're doing a bunch of something, like remember how the racetracks used to be all over the United States? Damn near every state had one. The dog tracks. You see all the money that was being generated when they were racing all these dogs, all these horses. You know, it even took them a while to get a Triple Crown winner because there was so many of them out there trying to win. Couldn't nobody beat nobody for a long time. Could nobody just come in and dominate the track since Secretariat came out there? Boom, he just dominated because he was already a special horse anyway. He was built different. That's why he's gonna always be a famous horse. You're gonna have dogs like that we're gonna always forever talk about. Can we ever see another horse greater than Secretariat? There's been several. But have there ever been greater than Secretariat? Accepted? No. But that doesn't mean the horses didn't get better. It took them a long time between Secretariat and the next Triple Crown. The dog game changed just like that because back then when Secretariat and them was running, horse racing was something major. Even though we have the Kentucky Derby and the Triple Crown and these horse races going on, you know, they started losing their steam as the track started being shut down. They're trying to hold the tracks together because people were not coming as much as they used to. They probably try to put gambling in there, you know, where you can even go and gamble at the track too. You know, just don't bet on the horse. You go in here and gamble with us. They were trying to do anything to save them. But when you got the people just constantly being on them, like in the greyhounds, these dogs are being retired. You know, they got to find homes for these dogs. You know, because back in the day, they didn't find homes for them. They just put them down. Now you got people and you in the greyhound organization just to race your dog. When your dog's career is over, you damn near got to put a damn tracker on it. You know what I'm saying? To make sure that the dog got retired and didn't get put down. The eyes start getting on the track. Now it's starting to look like it's abuse. Track took a hit on just one, you know, people and their emotions. Look at it like this. When they was making a whole bunch of money racing them dogs, there was dog tracks everywhere. And some of the greatest dogs back then, because there was so many of them, they could go around to these tracks and just fly like G. Famous dogs. But as the game started slowing down, those famous dogs was like Secretariat and them. You could never outdo those dogs like they couldn't catch up to Secretariat. Because when they was real heavy out there and everybody was doing them, those dogs stood out amongst all that stuff that was going on out there. As it slowed down, where's all the competition? You're probably going to have some standouts, but are these standouts going to stand up to those two, that great dog or those great dogs or Secretariat? And how long is it going to take before we replace those names? Especially when it is all slowed down. They slowed down to the point they started withering away. We still got a couple racetracks, but we don't have a lot of racetracks anymore. They're gambling inside the racetrack just to continue making revenue. You know, we have horses that try to win the Triple Crown, and they be battles against each other. You just know the horses they're going into each other with. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes you have a freak horse come out of nowhere and beat them all. You know, are the horses better than they were back then? No, they're not, because they ain't breaking records. They ain't breaking records. They ain't do what a secretary did. They ain't doing what Roy Admiral did. Seattle Salute. They ain't breaking them kind of records because it's gonna take a minute for the next superstar to come up. You know, we still talk about Yellow, Mayday, you know, and there's a lot of other bloodlines that just out there. You know, I'm gonna always hear me say Stone City. You're gonna always hear me say Mile, Abraham. There's just a lot on my list that I'm continuing mentioning. You know, it's not going to be the everyday names that we always call out because, you know, we passed them names. We passed Floyd Boudreaux. We really are past Pat Patrick. We are past Ronnie Boyles. We're past Andre Giroux. We passed Ozzie Stevens. We passed Mr. Stevens. We're past these old dogs. These are new kennels that a lot of guys don't know that these were great dogs. I'm bringing dogs that you see who I'm bringing out. These be them champions and grand champions, but y'all ain't know. And these was the fast lane. You know, people don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear that, but you don't hear me picking out one particular area. There's a lot of fast lane in a lot of areas. But that's why it wasn't a particular thing when you said fast lane. Fast lane don't mean it was concentrated to a state. Fast lane is a competition. There was just a lot of competition of fast lane dog men who were like sharks. That's what it was like. It's like sharks. You don't want to waste on one on no nothing. You are literally trying to find somebody who believes their dog as good as yours. That's what it was like. And that comes with a whole lot when you say that. You got big kennels. Okay, you know, they got a whole yard of 36s and you know, 34s and 40 pounders, maybe a couple 43s, and everybody. That's when it was the Clash of the Titans, because all the great big kennels that you hear me naming were all part of that time. All of them was a part of that time. You didn't see no more Giroux. You didn't see a whole lot of, none of them old names. And the new names that was getting the dogs was coming from the old name. Duhan, you know, you hardly ever, you see his dogs and pedigrees out there coming in the back of these bloodlines, you know. Doucette, you see those names, them old names, they starting to pop up. Gary Hammonds, his line, a great line of dogs. People thinking that stuff was gone. That stuff is still sliding around us. Those dogs are still being tight bred. You know? It's just the question is they're bred. But can you say they're better than they used to be? Well, we know the Hammond dogs. And we know the Hammond dogs of the past. There was a whole lot of Gary Hammonds out there that you would be bringing Hammond dogs if you thought they was better than they used to be. You know, we say the same thing about the Mayday dogs. I say the same thing about the Jeep dogs. I say the same thing about the Red Boy dogs. If they was crashing in any names like they passed, somebody was out there producing like Mayday, like they passed, that wouldn't even be a conversation out here, y'all, for us to be having, because their name would just fall right in with all the other great dogs. it wouldn't even matter when we're in the now or back in the then. That dog's name would be ringing like Mayday and everybody else. Underground, on above the ground. It's just the way the game goes. You know, that's how y'all get y'all pedigrees. It's based on what's coming from underground. You know? So I just want my point in this, and this was like a good day for me to talk some dog. You know, especially when, you know, I noticed how, you know, I was real good the other day because I noticed that, you know, I didn't really call Buck out his name. I called him Whack, you know, and I only called him Whack because he act whack, you know. I think the worst thing I said to him was like, you know, old gay boy looking in the mirror trying to, you know, admire yourself. But that's nothing compared to what he was saying to me. And you know what? It didn't even bother me. Because to me, I don't have no problem with Buck City. I don't even know the dude to have a problem with him. I mean, I just felt like, you know, I'm still from that way. You know, I wasn't trying to be on him. Just your personality ain't my personality. I deal with shit. And that's all I was trying to do. That didn't take me to disrespect him one time. I wasn't trying to disrespect him. See, I'm a cordial person. And like I told Mike after the show, this is the kind of shit that we really making me want to stop doing this shit. Because when it comes to Peyton Place, I don't want to be part of no Peyton Place. So it'd be wise for you to stop bringing people that ain't got no business up on our platform. Let that shit play out on everybody else's shit but ours. Because I think we behave very well, considering why you think you're gonna beat my ass. That man don't have no idea at my age. I got kids that can take care of that. Just for him opening his mouth. I don't know who you think you're talking to. I got people. Send your address if you want to. Yeah, I'm going to close out tonight, so I'm sending out, you know, my piece of what I heard today. And I wasn't really paying attention to him, but I had a chance to. I hung out over there with PDK while he was doing the playback, and see, I don't go back and listen to our shit, but after hearing all that roof, and he probably got more roof, you know, all that just shows y'all, now we listen to a fake nigga anyway, okay, y'all? We know he phony, so we might hear a whole lot of roof. I'm going to still be looking for him to prove it. Or I could continue hearing him run his mouth, because I'm not mad at him. I didn't disrespect you, because I wasn't mad enough to disrespect you. He was getting there, but that was his way of the defense from trying to avoid the fact that he's a nobody. And I'm not wasting my time with nobodies. Not even threats of a nobody, because all that means you're not going to do shit anyway. You just running your mouth like you trying to be a dog, man. You don't want to run up over here. You really don't want to run up over here. And if you did, let's see. I caught him on that, then he said it. I'm going to call him on all his shit and see what real going to come out. Or he just somebody that's running his mouth. This is what y'all want to go and enjoy yourself listening to? I'm not part of that shit. I don't want to be a part of that. I hope y'all don't want to be a part of that. You know? But yeah, man, I'm ready to call this a day. I'm ready to get some pedigrees back out here, y'all. I'm ready to start putting up these pairs again. You know, I'm seeing some badass pairs out here, y'all. I done seen some Hammond dogs. I done seen people with Hammond dogs. I'd be like, man, you don't know this dog over here? Man, I know I done seen a dog bred just like the dog you got, man. That would be a real nice breeding. There's breedings out here, guys. There's old breedings out here. I mean, I'm seeing some breedings out here. Guys got some dogs out here. Good bred dogs. I mean, and there's dogs out here that I run into that I would be taking y'all's dogs and crossing they shit, because there's a lot of good bred dogs that I see and I get the chance to look at the pedigrees that you're seeing. You know, I mean, even though I have to go back 6 or 7 generations to catch on, because I like to go back there and work my way up and see if you kept it consistent. You know, and y'all gotta remember, you know, when I look at it, remember when y'all send me y'all pedigrees, y'all always remember where am I at? I am on the yellow bus. So that's what this show is about. Remember, I'm not from y'all world. I'm not in y'all time. Not here in YouTube. So you gotta respect the fact that you know, my role is back here in the bus, back there in a time where my opinion is based on my time. I want y'all to be able to accept that, saying, well, you know, we talking to an old school dog man, and I want to know what he thinks. Or what would he say? You know, not taking it all personal, but just coming from somebody from that area, and this is our mindset and how we thinking. You know, it ain't got nothing to do with hating on your breeds or nothing like that. You just, when you look at them, you know, you're looking at them and you're working to see the formula. I know enough pedigrees, I can see a formula when I see one coming together. You know, and I don't judge, you know, literally by, you know, because you're doing your own line, and I have to go way back to the 7th or 8th generation to see what you started with to do what you were doing, so I can follow your mindset, because I'm always looking at the female and what they're doing with the female. So it'd be interesting, some real good interesting, you know. But I always be reminding guys, you know, anything, you know, if you were to ask me, well, back in your time, what would you say you would do with it? And I would tell you, back in my time, I would tell you, if this was my papers back in my time, I'd be asking the question, so where is the progress? I see what's back there in the back, but I'm coming up to the front. I have lost so much. Knowing the breedings are there because you're playing in the line, you could tell from being back there in the 8 and coming up, you can see what's going on. If you can follow the back to the front, you know everything that they're doing all the way up to the front. But I like working my way from the front to the back to see where you're taking, because, you know, you might be doing some double breeding and some cross breeding. I want to see the brother, sister, or father, son. I want to see all that before I get back there to see what it was all about. Then once I get back to because, okay, now let me watch this thing. I'm taking all the way back up, and it just comes so much clearer. But that's how you do it, guys. That I think when guys was breeding dogs back in our time, I'm telling you, this is what I came to conclusion. Most champions, if they could produce a champion, you were lucky. Anything over the 1, you were lucky. But breeding to champions, especially if you're dealing with an all-round trait, I always felt that my chances and percentages in my litters, even if it was just 1, I'm cool. Everything else after that is going to be great. But just give me 1. So all I really want, because my percentage and chances of getting that one, if I'm doing selective breeding, it's like a gamble. But I'm still shooting at my chances. I have a better chance. That's why you're always seeing we breed to champions. You know, whether they climbing trees, jumping water, I don't care. Just show me some performance. And if you have a genetic background that speaks for itself, to say, this is why this dog is a champion. Now, my question is, with the cross that I'm making with this thing, this should give me at least one. If I could just get one. Remember, I bred to Cock Diesel. I didn't bred to Luke Kane. I didn't bred to Walkamon, but you don't see but certain ones that we just being talked about. I think, you know, that y'all book, you know, we got a lot of them out there that won. We got some that out there that won and lost, but there's a lot of winners. You know, and I think it's due to the majority of them was always bred to a champion. Every one of Bebe's registered merits except for May 2, she was bred to a champion. Same with Brat, except for May 2. She was bred to Mayday twice. I mean, she was bred back to her father. And then we bred her back to May 2. So, you know, she was still the grand champion, and each time going in the Brat, she was a champion. So it's like, those seem to work. Now, I was lucky enough to get a good one out of Little Buck. I think Little Buck could have been just as great as those Stone City dogs that got out there and did their thing. He was definitely a special one. But then he wasn't one. He produced a generation of some good dogs. Just one litter. But it's just to think now. When I took Sassy and bred to him, I had seen enough Stone City stuff to see what Stone City was doing. You know, that's what really got me. Remember, I was going to breed Red Ace to Yellow Buck. So I didn't have no problem bringing home Little Buck when it was offered. And I still got off what I wanted to do. I just ended up breeding to Red Ace's son. So, hey, that's how you do it, man. When you breed them back in my time. And that's why you see, like, so many of those registered merits wasn't coming off some of them old school dog men. They was coming off of normal people. They wasn't coming off those big yards. You know, they was coming off of normal people. And some of these guys was making them all win off of just 1 and 2 litters. You know, got 2 in this litter, 2 in that litter. Dad got all in off of 2 litters. And it's how you breed them. You know, and that's what, if you notice, I said, every champion that we had put up on this show, what do we see? We see some type of competitive background from the front to the back. Not too many of them that don't have it that way. All the good ones that we've been pulling up, I always said, these dogs are bred good. And it's been proven. We've seen it enough on this show. All those great dogs are bred good. You know? So I'm gonna close out tonight on a good thought, man. And it really has everything to do with this new thing of progress. I ain't a progress man, okay? So I really don't like talking about, you guys in your now life. Because what can I do to help y'all? I can't even come to a conclusion about who's gonna be better than what. Okay, when I start hearing somebody else's name out there that does not compare to, how you gonna replace the brat outside of what the brat did? That's a name that was gonna always be related to Mayday. You always see it, and every time Victor has something to say, you always heard him say Luke Kane and Brad, but he didn't say anybody else, because those was his first two to put him on the map. So I just don't know how that works. And when I look at it and I go into the comparison mode, or can there be something better? It just don't sound right, because we're talking about two different things here. Get better than her? How you gonna get better than her unless you putting something down? And that's not what y'all talking about now. So how can we even discuss the breed getting better when we're trying to take it out of a category, yet we're trying to use the category standards? It just don't work. How are we talking to people about what's better and y'all ain't fighting no dogs? I mean, nobody fighting dogs, so how could y'all ever think that y'all dogs is better than these fighting dogs? I just don't get it. I don't even see how we are arguing, and that is even an issue when those two don't even sit in the same house. I mean, I don't even like that conversation because it don't make sense. There's just no comparison. None. I shouldn't even have to talk about y'all dogs compared to what a fighting dog is doing. We're talking about two different things. Why do we? That's not a conversation, because it's not fair to neither person. Your dog, I ain't gonna never do what your dog do, because that's not what I use my dog for. And you will never do what my dog do. So how in the world are we gonna ever be better than each other? I'm good at what I did, and you're good at what you're doing, okay? But we're in two different categories, unless you want me to come over and try to do what you're doing. You might beat me over there, but can you come over here and beat me in what I'm doing? You see what I'm saying? We're still talking about, we're taking out the content. There's two different things. I wouldn't care how much you think that you guys can make a dog just as good as a fighting dog, like a Jeep or any of these other great lines, without and looking for the same appreciation as these great dogs. It'll never happen. Not for me, because it's not supposed to happen, because they're not even the same dogs. The expectations y'all looking for out of the dog, you can never get compared to a fighting dog just doing it. I just don't think that's a fair argument on either one, because it makes y'all, it seems like it's a back and forth when it's not even a back and forth need. There's no sense in trying to go back and forth, because they're so far different. Not taking the fact that these dogs, y'all want them to get better, but y'all want them to get better and give the same respect as a dog to what we call good back then, as a fighting dog, that is a legacy of greatness, and bring it all the way up here and mutilate it with hypothetical thoughts and papers, and sweeping down that this dog is going to be better than this dog, but not doing nothing that this dog did. Just don't make no sense. It don't even make no sense even as an argument. It doesn't even make any sense even compared to, what are you debating? I'm debating categories. What are y'all debating? I don't see the sense of putting two categories together and it don't fit. Those are two categories that should be respected. And I'm not just talking about the old and the new. I'm talking about the whole thing. We're dealing with two separate categories. There is no comparison to either one. Now I can go inside this category over here and compare the now and the history, but I'm within this category. I'm not stepping outside that category. I'm staying within that category right there. I come over here to this category. What was really over here in this category to be wanting to be as great as these great dogs? What? See where I'm at on that? So where would there be a debate? Where we have history making and we don't have shit over here yet. I just don't get the argument. There shouldn't even be one. Guys, you continue doing what you guys are doing with your shit and take no heat from a person like myself, because I don't see nothing wrong with it. I just think, there's an argument there that's really tainting up the whole house. It's tainting up the house. You have podcasts out here who wants to do some new stuff. Y'all are babies still trying to crawl and walk. We've been doing this shit since, when they start bringing them off the ship. Y'all have not been doing it that long. Doing what you're trying to do. There's just no comparison between you and me. So there's just no way that I can be hating on any of y'all for what y'all trying to do now. There's no reason to. You're not in my world. You're not in my category. So I respect what you're doing. But you can't come comparing it to what I'm doing because you're wrong. There's no comparison because you're not even in my category, as I am not in your category. So guys, let's get over that part. There's a lot more of building that you got to do in your world than to, is it going to get any better? If you're not playing in the category of what you call getting better, that getting better results into our own world in this category alone. And that can only be answered where it comes from, the basement. It can never be answered up here because it's not an answer for up here. Because in your category, you can be up here and feel free to, but again, what are we comparing it with? In your category, we don't even understand your category yet. To even be talking about something being better, because it's not even in the category to be even judged at. You should be in this category here to be judged within that category, which it has nothing to do with dogs of the past or dog fighting, period. I would put all the puppy pellets over here in this area. I would put all the, breeding for papers over here in this area. And there's nothing wrong with that. It has nothing to do with our category. It just nothing wrong with what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with breeding just paper dogs. There's nothing wrong with getting that kind of stuff going on. There's nothing wrong with running up a wall or a tree or anything. I don't have no problem with none of that. None of that. That's a whole different category. And so when everybody be taking it to heart when I say that's not my category, I'm really being honest and really speaking logical. We could be on something a whole lot better, like concentrating on figuring out what the hell's in your category. But let's make that better before we start talking about dogs being better, because right now there's nothing there to judge. A whole lot of hoopla, but there's really nothing there to judge. If I was going to start pulling a whole bunch of cards, as far as what are y'all talking about? We need a whole lot more South Bottom and a whole lot more people to dive in there and do that. And let's step up a little higher than, this YouTube stuff. Some us are like little celebrities, when it comes to this stuff, because I look at the chat and I see the same people coming to the show. I mean, we do have people that comes to the show. And I just be like, what if you was to take it one further step? Why we see all the other people do something that this community don't do? We get in here and we turn these podcasts into dog fighting podcasts, because it's not about the dog fighting. It's about the podcast themselves fighting. And it's like a painting place where everybody runs to go see what the next situation is. Like, what they call it, reality TV. I would call this reality podcast. Gets you totally away from, what really matters. And then you start seeing people, gravitating to it. For a person as myself, I just lose interest in doing the whole thing, because what's the purpose? So you got to be understanding that too. Like you said, yeah, me and my old dude, but you have no idea. You need to talk to some of these guys that really know who we are and know what kind of life we live outside these dogs. Just get an idea before you act like you know me. You'd be surprised. You be a little bit careful, especially when you're a fraud. Them same kind of behaviors get people smashed in the streets, and you know that. We know you got curb tendencies too. You know what I'm saying? Got curb tendencies, man. You causing trouble, man. I ain't trying to make no trouble. I'm trying to make no trouble. I heard that stuff tonight, and I seen how nice I was. I was trying to get upset because I told him I could have really went off and just let it all out. But I didn't. I felt good about seeing how me and my brother behaved. Because he was saying some pretty foul shit that as a Marine, I'm thinking about that shit now after seeing it, because I wasn't paying attention to it. Because, once I closed my ears off, you didn't say nothing to me. I ain't heard nothing you saying. But the day I heard it, yeah, I got a little bit at it. This coward ass dude with his mouth. It was just not worth the argument, man, for last night, and it ain't gonna be worth it today. I just don't. I know I actually heard it today, so I'm a little salty. He don't have no idea. Hey, we got 117 votes on the poll, y'all. Where we going from here is what I'm gonna be asking. Where we headed from here, y'all? Yeah, that's right. That's right, King Long. You know what happens when you start showing your Kirk card? And not just keeping it real. I ain't even talking about it. We just talking about what we seen. Snapping. Then he want to come out of the corner. And don't want to feel bad about his behavior. He should feel bad about that behavior, not me. I ain't do nothing to him. I was being nice. I didn't deserve that conversation. Not the one he was trying to have. I ain't got no problem with the man, and I showed you that. But hey, look, I got a Shark Tank out there. And I'm glad y'all seeing what I saw, because I didn't have to argue about it.
Like, give a big shout out to J-Rock coming through with a 10-piece showing the love.
Hey, what's up, J-Rock? So you see, I'm walking out the back door because I was watching half the show. I missed most of the show. I was over there with PBK, hanging out there with him, just sitting there listening. And I mean, that was the first time I heard it, because I don't go back and listen to our videos. I just don't do it. So I had a chance to listen to what, parts that he had on there, I thought was kind of funny and shit, but, he made some good points. I just wanted to go over there because, I'm going to go over there and enjoy watching his shit while Mike handle the shit over here. You know what I mean? He did good. I appreciate that too. Let me go over there and hang out. But yeah, fellas, what's up next? This is what I got looking forward to. I'm gonna be pulling up these weight shows. What you know what I'm saying, Mike? I'm gonna be grabbing me some weight pulling shows. I'm gonna be trying to grab me some stuff that I want to see some real remarkable. I want to see a weight show. I want to share. If I start telling y'all this, then people gonna start trying to cap. But that's okay. I'll share with everybody. We need to see some, not just always these dogs. Let's see some real weight pulling shows. We need to just get us one good weight pulling show that we can own the rights to. I don't want to be grabbing somebody else, putting numbers on their shit, and all we doing is looking at it and wish we could be doing that too. No, I want to ask somebody to wish and make it happen, and let us come to you. It's all bottom. Check into the equipment, man. These guys doing these shows, man, look into the equipment. What would it take for us to build us, or to put us a wall together, man, and get us a sled for our weight pools, and get us an organization, for real. Coming off of this YouTube shit with all these channels, y'all need to come together, man, and put in, man, and let's start an organization that we all have stock in. It'd be like the viewers and the people that deal with this podcast stuff, man, to really, everybody just come together for one main purpose. We did it we did it like that in our time in the fast lane. I mean, that's how it grew. I mean, Jack made a lot of money off the Sporting Dog Journal. That's a historical tool right there to go down in the history, and they're gonna miss it. Fat Bill, historical books, all them old books, man. There's gonna be people looking back on that shit and reading that shit, and it's gonna always have a pit bull enthusiast and have the true love and respect for those bulldogs back in them days. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna make damn sure I'm gonna have my shit out there with the guys that I don't see in those books. We need our book too. We're gonna see Mayday, but we're not gonna get the story of the people who made Mayday famous. Where those people at? They talking about Mayday, but let's talk about the dogs that made him famous after his pit career. And there's a couple other dogs like that, But yeah, man, I mean, I would love to have that along with, like a historical thing, along with the organization, man, of going to find us that equipment. I know, put that shit on a trailer some down where, and let's go pull it, and let's go put up a thing and do a show. What area y'all want to start at? We want to start somewhere where we know we can get a bunch of y'all to come. So you got to get that part together where you got to get all you viewers, suggestions, and I don't mind putting in the research. Because I'm gonna go where everybody, I'm gonna make sure where I go, everybody gonna want to go there, and that's where we gonna all hook up at, and we're gonna have a damn good time. You know what I'm saying? So it takes cooperation from all podcasts, all viewers. You know, it just, if you want to see something happen and happen now, why not do it like that? That's something we all can do. We put money in all these channels all the time. I want y'all put some money into y'all shit. You know, something that can get, we can see some results. We can start answering this question, you know, and put some meaning and understanding behind this new category y'all got. Because it sure as hell ain't my category. You know, I'm gonna always remind y'all that this is y'all category, and I'm gonna be a part of that category, and knowing it's just two different categories. I want to be in a category that's gonna be nice and safe and enjoyable, and y'all can enjoy the fact that there's a category over there that still enjoy the past in that world. You know, you can always have your ear to the ground, and if you can catch it. But when you're doing it another way, in a new way, you don't have to look for it. I'm going to sit there and leave that with y'all, man. Hey, love y'all listening to me, man. Just wanted to stop in and do some real bulldog talk so we can get back on some real bulldog shit, you know what I'm saying? And get my motivation back up. You know, I'll be ready to go back out here, man. You know me, I like going visual. I like pulling up pedigrees. I like pulling up stories. I like putting up matches. If y'all feel like that's the right thing and the best thing for me to get back to doing, and let's go back on that route right there, man. Y'all give me some thumbs up tonight when y'all put them thumbs up.
Hey, I think, you know, while you're speaking on that, somebody brought up the video, you know, when we was teaching them how to do stitches and stuff. It's been a while since we did a video like that.
Right.
And I don't know if I should just go back and recreate, putting clips together and putting that, you know, it takes time to do that shit. You know, but we barely have time to even come in here.
You know, we just bring the microscope and just do it again. Give them a whole new look.
A whole new look. Yeah, we're doing new things now.
Yeah.
What we're talking about, I want to give a big shout out, you know, to all you people that came out tonight. But while I got you, I wanted to speak on, I was watching, I think it was J-Bo's show. I just want to make sure it was J-Bo's show. I'm pretty sure it was Thursday night. And South Bottom was on there. And he had a GoFundMe page. I don't have the link, but I know it's on J-Bo's show. And this one, for me, it hit close to home. Because he had a daughter that's fighting cancer. Now, you know, Mo has a daughter that has been fighting cancer hard for the last 3-4 years. Okay. I think she's been fighting cancer for the last 3-4 years. But God been good to her. She just had a bone marrow replacement. I mean, now it's done got down to where they got to do the bone marrow thing, but she's still in there. And this daughter was she was pregnant and actually dealing with radiation. And I mean, because for her it's my niece, but she had to stay with me because the radiation and the chemo do so much to their body, they can't even afford to get sick. And so she had to pick some place that she could be closed off to the world. And I seen something firsthand. And this was before my wife started having to go through the same thing. but she had a beautiful child, has had another child since then. But I think it's important, y'all. I mean, and just as a community, because see, South Bottom, I take my hat off to that young man, because he actually, well, I say young man, I don't know how old he is, but you know, all respect to him because of the drive you have just to even put together a show and handle it to where he could do it back to back. And I wish it could be something annual. And I said back then when he did his first show, I wish we could see more of that. Why are we only seeing that once a year when there's so many of us in this community, so many of us with these dogs, so many of us supposed to be dog men that we can't put together but one show? And with all these other ADBA shows and all that shit going on, you know how I feel about that. Okay, them shows been around, but them shows for me always had some type of bias, some type of bias decision making. And it's just hard for you guys to get motivated. And I believe that's one of the reasons, because you put in all that work and then you don't feel like you have a fair chance based on somebody else's decision. Well, it's going to be like that everywhere you go, but it don't be like that when you part of the organization that put it together. You accept these things because you're on the inside and you know that your goal is to try to be fair as possible. See, when you're not in that loop, you can always question something. But when you are part of something, it's easier for you to stand up for it. And I just want y'all to stand up for my man over there at South Bottoms and go find that GoFundMe page. And please, if you couldn't do nothing but 99 cents or $1, their goal was only $3,500, man. That's all. I would just put this out there because I don't have the link. Trust and believe, it's on J-Bo's show. Please go get that link. If it's on Facebook, he got it on his Facebook. Put in a little research just because you want to make sure you give that $1. Now you can give more, but what's wrong with that $1 for a good damn cause? Because I, as a husband who has a wife dealing with breast and lung cancer, I know what radiation and chemo does. I see the full effects. I can't imagine as a father what it feels like to see your daughter going through what she's going through. But then that's what this bulldog community, as bulldoggers, you see them giving up a good, they scratching, man. And I want us to be in her corner. I want us to be in his corner. Because that for what that man is doing, trying to, when you talk about doing something right, how many of y'all willing to go that far? How many of y'all willing to go to his show? How many of y'all willing to jump on that bandwagon bin? If he knows how to do it because he's done it, why can't we make it bigger? I'm just putting that out there because I'm going to show love where love is needed. And I think that's what's important. We love our dogs like we love our dogs. We love our community like we stand up for this community because we are part of it. Let's stop talking about it and let's show what we can do about it. And let's start with that good cause right there. All I'm asking is to go to that link.
I'm going to make a magazine called South Bottom and then let everybody put their ads in so I can earn.
Just make that, just find that link and donate $1. Now, I think that a damn dollar is the least a person could do to help another man in his time and needs.
I'm selling pages. I am putting it back.
You know what I'm saying, fellas? I respect the community enough that I'm sitting here for the last 2.5, coming on 3 years trying to give back. I remember when I asked my community, to step up for my sister when she got killed. And I'm asking my community one more time for a good cause to show some love and some type of heart and appreciation to South Bottom's daughter who is dealing with cancer. And I'm telling you, she's in for a rough ride. His family's in for a rough ride. I speak that from experience. And I just want that man to know that my heart goes out to him and his daughter. And I'm going to do my best to make sure the community that he loves, the community that I love, was going to be there because he needed. So big shout out to all my peoples in this community. Big shout out to South Bottom. My heart goes out to you, bro. I want to give a big shout out to my man, Pat Patrick. And for those who don't know, yeah, I get around. Bubba Max is, his Max has spoke on. They put my man Pat Patrick in hospice, fellas. When I heard that, that hospice mean, you ain't coming home. Great dog man. Great dog man. We're fixing to lose another one. I'm not, again, it's about the legend of the man that's supposed to live long after he's gone. But I want y'all to help me out tonight, because tonight I want to give, dedicate this night to the community, to the dogmen of the now, and to the dogmen of the past, and to the dogmen that's dealing with the things that go through in having these dogs. That when they reach out and they bring to our community and let us know that, hey, my daughter got a GoFundMe page. She has cancer, and he put that out there and he shared that with us. And I want him to know we heard him. And I want him to know we heard him big. So tonight, show your love. Give me some goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. For South Bottoms, for Pat Patrick, to all my people in the community, show some damn love and give me some damn roses. Roses. We need damn roses. Show some love. And before I get up out of here, man, y'all do what y'all do. This one here from my heart to you, South Bottom. Man, I understand your situation. I understand that there's nothing worse than seeing something that you love so much go through what she's going through. But you know what, man? When you got that gameness in you, and when you got that belief in God in you, there's nothing that can't be done. You put your heart into this game, brother. I see you. And I just want you to know I see you. I feel you. And I just hope the rest of the community, can show their appreciation by letting you know they see you and hear you too. And all I can do is say thank you for what you do. Keep doing what you're doing. And always.
He's going to
always, bruh. Scratch the win. Until Tuesday, man, y'all stay safe, stay loyal, and we out of here. Hold on, man. Let me get my music going right quick here.
Yeah, man.
Hey, go over there and have something to do trying to get my damn seat. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, good shout out to fellas. I see them. I see all them roses and stuff. That's right, fellas. I mean, man, I like when y'all do that shit.
Big baby, big baby.
I like that. Because sometimes, you know, we need that, man, to keep that motivation. You know what I mean? Keep that motivation. I need y'all sometimes, man, to help me. That's why I do. I show up, hoping that somebody gonna lead me, take me that way. Pit Dog in the house. What's up, bro? Uncle Willie, what's up, man? Uncle Willie said mine had bone cancer at 16. Love of a child that's in pain is different when you a man. Ain't that the truth? And out of your control, the love of God will give you love. God will give you strength. Look here, man. You ain't saying nothing but the truth. That's real. I don't know. It's like we talk about that cancer like it's a common thing around here. You know that, man? It's got to be something going on, man. 'Cause, you know, I ain't no conspiracy theorist, but you know, a lot of people, man, is getting cancer. I mean, it's not getting older; it's getting younger. You know? Maybe it's that fresh water we supposed to be getting in that bottle of water. You know, we always got in that bottle of water, you know, in that plastic, you know, they be talking about that plastic particles be in that water. You know, we never know what's really killing us. But it's something we doing. Man, much love for them thumbs up, fellas. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Yeah. That's how we gonna close out tonight right there, y'all. My boy Jigga. Coming from the PA way down to the FL. What's up, baby? Skip Bell, thanks for the shout out there. Sport Dog Archive, what's up, baby? Thanks for that chat, man. Hey, put that up there, Mike.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to Booze with the Goods. Appreciate the love, fam, coming in with the 2-piece. Appreciate that, fam.
What's up, Booze?
Booze said he had a question for you. Do you still converse with Victor? Man, when we was conversing with Victor, we could barely understand him, but we got it across. Now, when he left for Ecuador, we had a couple more conversations after that, but then not too long after that, you know,
We did all our jobs.
you know, there was no more need, but we still kept in touch.
Yeah, he can always find me if I can find him. One thing about
we
it.
never lost track of each other.
Yep. I will always remember Victor Eckhart. And we'll thank him too. I'm pretty sure he's thanking all of us. Trust me. We made his dog legendary.
Big shout out to Sporting Dog Archive. I found it, bro. I'm gonna leave that up there.
Come on!
For anybody, my people who watch the end of the show,
Yeah.
Chef's Love.
Big shout out to that Spartan Dawn Archive. Yeah. Tell me down, Uncle Willie. Come on. Come on.
Awesome.
Come on to an end. Come on to an end. You gotta come out like this.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah! Come on, man. Come on, son. Hit that like button, share that link. Y'all hit that link. Remember, man, what's the dollar? What we asking for is $1. She should hit that goal within the next hours. Big shout out, everybody. Pass the message. Share the link. Like I said, pass the message. Share the link. Pass the message. Share the link.
For all y'all who don't know, yeah. Ain't nothing but a G-thing, baby. Put your hands up. But let that ride a little bit, man. Make sure y'all don't forget to hit that link. Don't forget to hit that link. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
So yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, brother. No, cuz. It's just me being me, baby. Yeah. Stop. Stop. Y'all enjoy the weekend, man.
Awesome!